Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to École des Ponts Business School. My name is Saman. I'm the Vice Dean of the Business School and Professor of Technology and Digital Innovation. It's a pleasure to have you here with us and those who are joining us online for this 4th annual conference of ReTech Center, Responsible Technology Center at the school that you're going to learn much more about it today. We are the Business School of École Nationale des Ponts et Chaussées and continuing the legacy of excellence and academic rigor after 280 years old, and we are working with executives and shapers of the exponential desirable futures. So please allow me to kindly ask our Dean, Professor Alain Rosen, to join us on the stage to open this conference. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you to our very distinguished guests and speakers that are here today, our alumni, DBA and other. I'm going to keep it really short because there are a lot of brilliant minds in the room, and you're here to listen to them and not to me. I just want to say a warm welcome, literally warm welcome. It's hot today in Paris. Thank you for braving the heat to be here with us. Thank you to Saman for putting in so much effort to organize this, and to the team at the business school for setting up the logistics and making everything is just right so you can enjoy the show. And without further ado, I'll let you enjoy the show. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and enjoy.
Thank you very much. So first, of course, the credit goes to the team. I don't want to name names, but you all know the team behind the scene, all those who are working very hard to make sure that the experience that you have at the school as graduates, as participants, as partners, and as those also who are now opening up to understand what could be École Nationale des Ponts et Chaussées and a business school and a ReTech Center bring to you. So today, we are going to hear from about 25 experts, professors and researchers and experts who are coming from around the world. We are going to talk about very interesting topics. I wanted to do more, but the team, of course, they don't allow me gladly because there's much that we can elaborate, but the time is short in a conference. However, within that constraint, we managed to have 25 experts who are coming from around the world, from Latin America, from Asia, of course, from Europe and the Middle East, in order to share with you what is happening at the frontiers of responsible technology. Responsible Technology, or ReTech Center, is a center that I started 5 years ago, so this is the 4th annual conference after the inception phase. And the idea was to create a platform where we can build more with our graduates of executive doctoral programs to start with, and then with the alumni network and the broader network. So now I'm very glad and very proud to be here with you today with 25 of those experts who are a part of this family, and the senior fellows that are leading the conversations that you're going to hear and see, and mostly the launch of the specialized executive masters and specialized executive doctoral programs that we have around these topics. So please allow me to tell you briefly what we are going to hear today. So we are going to have 4 panels. We are going to talk about leadership, AI, decision-making, silver economy. We are going to talk more about health tech and the role of technology and the responsibility that we need to make sure that is ingrained not only in the operational side, but also in the governance side, on the leadership side of things. Then we are going to have a conversation around tech diplomacy, responsible tech diplomacy, and board governance. And then we talk about Fashion 5.0, where human creativity, craftsmanship, and luxury meets with responsibility and technology. In other words, to make sure that technology doesn't overkill the creativity and the human centricity. So without further ado, please allow me to invite Dr. Marie-Victoire Chopin, our senior fellow at ReTech Center and an expert in psychology, a medical expert in psychology, someone who is very passionate about the topics that we are going to cover today with you. So she has helped put this together, the panels, 2 first panels are put together and designed by Marie-Victoire, Dr. Marie-Victoire Chopin, who is also a participant of our executive doctoral programs. And this is, to some extent, it would explain the context of the program that we are putting together as the specialization programs that I mentioned to you. Dr. Marie-Victoire, please join me on stage. Thank you. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Saman.
Would you mind sharing quickly about yourself? And
well, very quickly, because you just introduced me. So I'm a psychologist, and I've spent a large part of my career trying to understand what people say, what they mean, how they behave, and occasionally why these three things do not always line up as neatly as we might hope. So artificial intelligence became naturally part of this work because it draws on language, imitates human cognition, and it redefines how people and machines work, decide, and interact. So when someone asked me to think about this conference, I immediately latched onto the idea of bringing this roundtable together, because in my historical activity, which is psychiatry, introducing AI in healthcare is anything but straightforward, because psychiatry, and one of our participants knows something about that, is extremely relational, personal, and constantly evolving. So when AI enters the decision field, it's extremely difficult to know how it operates, actually, in this context. And also it will be difficult to know who decides, who framed the decision, who is responsible. We will try to answer all these questions with our panel, and without further delay, I invite Dr. Arletty Penel. Professor Laure Fournier. Please have a seat. Nicolas Loyot. And last but not least, Aurélien Poisson. So let me introduce our panel. Professor Fournier, you are a professor of radiology, chairperson of the imaging department of the Hôpital Européen Georges Pompidou, and you are also a member of AI cluster, which is Prairie PSAA. Dr. Arletty Penel, you are a physician, global health strategist, and entrepreneur specialized in longevity, digital transition, and inclusive innovation. You are also a senator of the World Business Angel Investment Forum, founding president of WenCham Panama, and Panama ambassador for Aging 2.0. Okay, Nicolas Loyot, US Swiss tech entrepreneur and AI expert with over 20 years of experience in data and digital health. You founded a machine learning startup acquired by Amazon. And you are also an accredited Inno-Swiss coach, co-founder of Tech Forever at EPFL Innovation Park, and you collaborated with CSS on healthcare innovation. And Aurélien Poisson, you are managing director of Le Grand Care France, which develops connected health and independent living solutions for older and vulnerable population. Okay, please welcome. And before we begin, let me ask the room one question. When you hear AI in healthcare, what comes first to mind? Better care, greater efficiency, or greater caution? A quick show of hands for better care, please. Okay. For efficiency? For caution? Okay, so we have optimist pragmatism and healthy suspicion in the room that should keep us busy for the next half hour. So let us begin with the promise that has driven much of AI adoption in medicine, greater precision. Okay. So we know today that AI can support clinical decisions with remarkable precision, and yet precision travels through a complex care pathway before it becomes useful for a patient. Laure, from a clinician perspective, when AI improves diagnostic precision, what genuinely changes for the patient?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for your invitation. Can I start with something a bit, I'm just going to ram in there. You started by saying we know that AI gives better diagnostic precision or performance and et cetera, et cetera. Actually, we don't know that yet. So that's the first thing, but we might get back to that later, right? So if it happens, and hopefully it will, because my job is to give better care to people. What will change for the patient? Well, it all depends where you're putting the AI. There is a big focus on putting AI on diagnostic pathways. However, at least, so I'm an imager, right? In my specialty, it can do a lot of other things which are probably easier to implement and also safer to implement, and maybe even more efficient. And I'm just going to give examples in my field. For example, it accelerates image reconstruction, which means that you can do an MRI in 15 minutes instead of 45. You can segment and quantify disease in a more efficient way. You're not making a different diagnosis, you're just giving a number. And you can help us report our findings. And all of these are things that will, I think, drastically change the way we do our job without having the caveats of diagnosis. So maybe I didn't completely answer your question, but I think it's an important point to make.
It absolutely is. And if I reformulate here, the quality of the output is only the beginning of our topic. So, Nicolas, I think the next hurdle is getting that output to survive contact with the health hierarchy system. And what is the missing condition that turns technically impressive AI tool into actually something that can change clinical practice?
Yeah, I would start again, me too, with a segue, something on really that we are talking about something which is very abstract. The artificial intelligence is a buzzword. It means there are so many things. I mean, many in the rooms are engineers. I think they agree with me that it could be a very small decision stack of something when it is, it could be the interfacing with the patient, or it could be this kind of thing. So it's pretty wide in terms of definition, and we need to really separate what is small and big. But back to your question, the key thing is definitely touching the market or touching the application. So that's the key thing, and this is what is usually missing to innovators, so they don't have the contact with the market. And we in Switzerland, we developed a program which is called the Pilot Factory, which is a joint initiative between insurers and EPFL for the business and the technical sides together. I've created the factory, and with this pilot factory, we bring the startups to a kind of validation. So it's a long pathway where we receive something like 700 startups per year. We filter and we keep only a few, and we bring these startups into a pathway with the healthcare providers, where we measure a few things like of course, the economicity of their solution. So we trust that all the clinical work has been done before in terms of AI like for everything, the economicity of their solution, the operational acceptance, so for the patient and for the practitioners. And at the end, we assess the scalability of this solution. So what are the frictions that we can encounter when there is this kind of pilot? And what is the benefit for the patients and for the system if we scale totally the solutions on the larger scale? So that's the approach that we set up for validating this AI relevance.
Can I ask a follow-up on that, please? What distinguishes innovation theater versus clinical value that is credible?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, the thing is that we really work with the practitioners. So there is no, they have something else to do than innovation theater. So the thing is really into the real operations of the CHUV in Lausanne or HUG in Geneva or some hospitals in Switzerland. There is a long process of involving these persons because we will touch their operations at the end. So we need to be real. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nicolas. So you insist on an extremely important point. The value emerges from the whole environment around the tool, actually. An ecosystem, clinicians, workflow, evidence, access, benefits. So we have to figure it out in a collective way. And there is also another thing I would like to underline, that that environment includes something healthcare cannot function without its trust. And that allows us to move from the story of accuracy to the relationship in which its recommendation is received. AI introduces, at least to me, a third presence into a traditional relationship between patient and caregiver. And its effects on the relationship may be subtle. So, Aurélien, as more care takes place at home and in long-term support settings, how does AI change the balance between autonomy, reassurance, and surveillance?
For us in Le Grand Care, so we are really focusing on the aging population and make sure that they could stay at home in the best conditions that they could have. AI is a way for us to go deeper in prevention and to be, so what we use is something very simple. We use sensors to monitor the activity of the elderly people, and from that we can record habits, and of course change of habits, and it means for some of change that a decline could occur, and so for us it is a way to act before people lose their independency. So firstly that, and of course, more than connected products that we could have at home, the digital platform could also gather information coming from the caregivers, such as the elderly people doesn't take their food as they used to do, or the blood pressure is not that good. So we gather all the information, and AI is used then to use information coming from connected products, such as information coming from caregivers, so that we could be more accurate on the good medicine to give, the good number of people that have to come to the house. So this is the way that we use AI now, and it is a way to be where we weren't before in terms of prevention.
Okay, thank you, Aurélien.
Yes, I wanted to ask a follow-up question, please, on that. So in terms of understanding the experience and the journey, to what extent, based on your experience, caregivers, professionals, family members, different stakeholders that are there to address this challenge, to what extent are they aligned in terms of autonomy that you mentioned, right? To what extent do they talk about the same thing? As you gave some examples, for example, someone eats, someone can, do their errands.
I think that the access to the digital platform should not be the same for all the caregivers. If we talk about family, I think what they are looking for their beloved ones is to get peace of mind. And getting all the information about them is not putting them in the position of being peace of mind. And they have to have the energy to give love and more than give helps. So I mean that then the people that have access to the information should be professional, really. If it's health information, it has to be health professionals. And if it's
sorry, I think I was not clear in the question. I was thinking about training these AI based on the understanding of autonomy. And then if you ask, for example, maybe the person who needs the care and someone who is the caregiver and the families around, maybe they each have a different definition of autonomy. That was what I was referring to, yes. Based on your experience, is it something that comes up very often as a discrepancy, or?
Yeah, of course. One is it's their job, so, and the other are family. So of course they could have. They don't have the same needs, of course, of information, and they are not looking for the same thing. So, of course, we have to adapt, and yeah.
Thank you, Aurélien. You were describing what happens when technology enters the patient's living space. Laura, let's bring it into the consultation room, at least in theory. Let's simulate a situation where a clinician receives a system recommendation before even having heard the whole patient's history. So how does the consultation change in that case?
Actually, that's a very good question. So as a radiologist, I can say that this already can happen to me without AI, so I feel like I have experience on this. I think our job as a physician is to think about the patient, not the disease. This is something that we were not taught. I mean, it's starting in medical schools, but we were not taught that way. We were taught to focus on disease. So, for example, in our reports, sometimes we write, like you write like why you're doing the CT or whatever, and you're going to write kidney cancer. And recently, it was brought to my attention that for patients, it was a bit insulting because that was reducing them to their disease, right? So this is something that we start paying attention to, and that is something that we will have to keep in mind as we introduce more technology, to not be focused on the technology, but to be focused on the person, on the patient. Because a patient is not just the disease, a patient is not just the image, a patient is not just the AI result. A patient is a person, and we need to put all of this together. Now, in a very practical way, if we have, I mean, it's better to, like I think it's better for us to be prepared before we see the patient. So having the information before we actually see them is important. But I think it is easy to supplant the human side with the technology, especially once again in my job where, I mean, I work with machines, right? I mean, I'm part of the doctors that are the most technology oriented, and so this is something that we have to remind ourselves regularly, and AI can always sort of push us into that into that technology, and I can just imagine it's the same. And once we have these systems in a house, maybe the caregiver is going to start by looking at the platform before they actually see the patient, right? So this, yeah, definitely, I think it's something that we have to pay attention to, and keep an open mind, not let the result of the AI just sort of dictate what's going to happen next.
Oh, thank you, Laura, because I take it as a chance, actually, what you're saying. Maybe new technologies will emphasize relational trainings for practitioners, because as far as I remember, in France, this kind of specific training was concretely cut off during several years, and it is still delicate to manage patient-caregiver relationship within diagnostic path or care path. So, well, who knows?
Can I just, I am actually quite afraid that people are going to focus on efficiency. People are going to give us these AI tools and say, okay, guys, you can increase your workload by 30%. They're not going to give us more time for the patient. I mean, that's something that we have to do as physicians, but I don't think anyone out there is, apart from the patient, is going to encourage us to do that. I mean, AI is very efficiency oriented, which is good, of course, but yeah, I mean, I think we have to keep that in mind, that we are going, we could be going in a direction of just pushing the efficiency as much as possible.
Thank you. Well, trust and relationship shape whether technology is accepted, and economics often determines whether it is available at all. So let us now look closer at the decision even before the clinician or patient ever encounters the tool. Well, a technology becomes part of healthcare because institutions invest in it, approve it, reimburse it in some cases in some countries, and decide what kind of evidence count. So these choices shape clinical reality. Nicola, what does a tool, a new technology stop being an interested pilot and become legitimate reimbursable care?
Yeah, so here I will take my hat from health insurance, because you mentioned CSS, but I guess nobody knows who is CSS. This is the leading health insurance in Switzerland. So the system in Switzerland is different from France, where the Sécurité Sociale is distributed into 65 health insurances in Switzerland, and CSS is the leader in this domain. So we cover 1.7 million insurees on that. So yeah, I'm taking this hat to answer this question, because it's the economicity of the solution is a key thing, and the reimbursement is the future, is the ultimate protection for any AI solution. If you don't go into the reimbursement, probably your life will be extremely difficult as an entrepreneur or pushing a solution in this domain. So it's extremely important to think about the reimbursement from the very beginning. What we systematically ask to the solution provider when they are very early stage is to get into getting a landscape of how to get this reimbursement with many validation phases. And then to stop, then to work on their solution, to validate with and collect the data with the clinicians, with data with the patients, of course, but in the real life environment, and then come back when they are ready with the data to the reimbursement pathway. And I don't go into the details, but it's really tricky in Switzerland to get the reimbursement. Lucky here you have the PECAN, which is starting for all these digital health solutions, but we don't have that yet. And in Germany they have the DIGA, which is quite efficient so far. So the thing is, yeah, getting the trust, you mentioned the trust before, getting the trust and the validations, of course, the clinician. The regulatory is necessary, of course, necessary. Of course, we're talking about AI, but if AI is not supposed to get the regulatory, it's not, we don't have to consider them, it's not useful. We're just only talking about AI, which is going into the regulatory thing, because that's serious AI. Something which is making a difference in the treatment or everything. And then talking into this reimbursement pathway as soon as possible. So it's a collection of data as soon as possible. And it's usually the most difficult part coming from the solution provider, because sometimes they are from the medical domain, but usually not. So they need to go into this culture and to partner with the right hospitals and caregivers. And this is, well, yeah, to your questions, that this is what is making the difference between innovation theater and a real reimbursement pathway where you have collected the right data in the real life environment. Yeah.
May I follow up on that quickly? Just so, who decides on the evidence threshold? I mean,
yeah, it's well, it depends on the, yeah, we're focusing on AI here. In Switzerland, the decision is made by the health insurance. If you are a medical device, then it's going into another way. But if it's AI, if we're focused on AI, it will be with the health insurance. But the health insurance is not taking a decision based only on the economicity and the business things. It's a consultation which is lasting 1 year per startup, and it's considering all the elements of the AI solution. So the patient's return, the adoption, the clinician's feedbacks, the economicity, of course, it's an element. And a key thing that I mentioned before is the scalability. So if there is one health insurance which is validating a solution, an AI solution, it's not just for them. They are doing it for the rest of the market as well. So it means that it must be something which is scalable, and that the results are not, the good results are not only because they collaborated with one hospitals, but it could be replicated in many, many institutions as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nicolas. Reimbursement is actually an extremely important stage because it does more than simply finance care. And it gives us also an idea that the certain forms of care might have a permission to scale. This is very interesting, but it also makes economic arbitration a leadership question, where I would like to get Aleti's experience and wisdom. So, to you, Aleti, who should arbitrate when economic efficiency and care quality do not point in exactly the same direction?
It's always the human. Take a look at the flow of information. I mean, people don't go to the machine first. And the ones that decide about the machine, it's not the machine. It's the people that construct the machine, that sell the machine, that procure the machine. So it's always people, okay? There's another element that I'd like to start with the last part, which was issue of procurement. It's about system placement. And systems, health systems, it's not just about public health systems, but it's the ecosystem of care that includes the machine or includes the technology. And it's about increasing agency. And it's not agency of the technology, it's agency of the system, which requires increasing the agency of the individual. I mean, you talked about prevention. What is prevention? Is increased agency of the person to be able to take care of themselves. We have the agency of the equipment. When you talked about the MRIs and 15-minute, that permits 15-minute diagnosis, but the machine itself, without you, there would be no agency. So there's this thing about collective agency that is crucial when you're talking about AI and when you're talking about technology. Because technology doesn't have certain things that we need in care, in healthcare. Technology doesn't have empathy. It make you believe that it has empathy. When ChatGPT says, oh, that's a really great idea. That's not empathy. Empathy is understanding the relationship that is established among humans. And I'll give you an example. The Hospital Sant Joan de Déu in Barcelona did a research on social robotics, with children that were terminally ill. So they put a robot in the family, thinking that the robot would increase the agency of the family and caretaking. The robot will be taking care of the child while the family could do other things. And compared it to just regular information gathering. And to the surprise, yes, the robot was more efficient in every single criteria, but it was a failure. Because they forgot to understand that when you are a parent and you have a dying child, those moments are precious. You don't want an object in between you and your child. So why would the health system have to spend money in buying robots that the family is going to reject because it's taking time and it's taking closeness from their dying child? And I think that this is not, I mean, it sounds extreme, but it's not that extreme because you find every single day you have these types of decisions in healthcare. And when you start increasing life, and nowadays, the fact that you can, talking about centenarians before, talking about somebody that was 100 or over 100 was like, wow. And now it's like every single day you can open, your social media and there's a story of somebody dancing that's 110 or giving a recipe of how to live over 100. So we're living longer. We should be living longer, better. We're not yet. We're living longer, but not necessarily better. But to be able to use technology in an agentic fashion, in the way that you increase your agency to be able to live longer with health, with pleasure, and enjoying life. I mean, of all places in France, la joie de vivre, that's the key. And does technology really do it now? No, it doesn't. Maybe one day, who knows? But the issue of longevity teaches us a lot of stuff. Amongst them is that if we want seniors to use technology, you have to start with two things. One of them is digital literacy. And digital literacy is not about pushing buttons, but by understanding how to use something for your benefit. And you have to understand the benefit that it brings. For instance, for us in Panama, we started in our program, it was going nowhere as health. But when we turned health into a digital literacy program, where people could hear the heart, could understand what a high blood pressure was, could start making logic about health, then it was a different story. And when we brought the young people from the technological university and established this as an intergenerational relationship, everything changed. The young people were the first to get out of this, get positive results out of this in their own self-esteem, starting with that. And the older people started establishing the element of trust on the technology.
Thank you, Aleti, for such a beautiful opening and bringing together empowerment, pleasure, human dimension of life, but also technological literacy, which definitely we lack in our times. Yeah, we need to work on that. And that naturally brings us to the question of responsibility. And I would like to stay with you with this question, actually, to think about that. To you, what does responsible approach look like when decision-making is distributed between human, machine, institution, maybe provider?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the responsibility is always over the human life. And the human life, not only of the patient and care, in the case of healthcare, but also the provider. We all talk about the way that people go through medical school and to the residency and internship, and it's a massacre. How could you expect somebody that has been on a 48-hour shift to be responsible? to be minimally functionally. You know, they may do the trick, but they be automatic. You need certain things. It's the ability to be able to read your circumstances. People, diseases, they have colors, they have smells, they have noises, and many times you get the diagnosis from those elements, not from the lab report, not from a sophisticated algorithm, but somebody that tells you this person can, you know, has this. And that's a human quality that it takes time, effort, and responsibility to develop. So when the technology comes in, you know how to use it better. You learn how to use it to increase your agency, your patient's agency, and the system's agency. And it's not necessarily the precision. Precision doesn't necessarily mean agency. So the responsibility, it's always, you know, the buck stops in the individual, in the human beings. And I think it's going to be there for a while. I don't think it's going to go away with the sophisticated algorithms. Because you see, you need people to act, you need people to think, and you need people to respond. And that triad there is still a human quality.
Yeah, I'm absolutely aligned with what you were just saying, Aleti. It's all about human oversight, actually, and we need to develop it. And thinking about it, yeah.
It's more than oversight. It's human responsibility to understand what you're doing. You can oversee something, but you don't necessarily have to understand. You're following protocols. You're following, doing a checklist of things. That doesn't mean you understand what you're doing. And so it's a different level. It's a deeper level. We talk about deep tech. Well, there is deep human that is attached to deep tech.
Yeah, well, it's also about clinical judgment, and it's not about checklists we can see in younger students today. So I think clinical training has a huge future ahead. But, staying with this idea, within institutions, responsibility may at least have a formal structure. Now, in home and long-term care, the chain is often more dispersed, so I would like to search our provider here with the next question. How do you prevent shared responsibility from becoming a responsibility that literally falls through the cracks?
That's sure that when we collect data, even more when it's to help vulnerable people, it's very sensible data. And we have, and I think health insurance and government have a major responsibility to be sure that all the data are well stored, well used, and that are not going to be used by commercial initiatives. And I think it's a real thing that we have to work on, because when we talk about AI right now, there is, if we talk about on the European level, we don't have any sovereignty in our digital data, and this is also key because it becomes something which can be strategical on a state aspect, and we see that tomorrow our data or data about people could be used by another government because they are stored by companies that could use this data. So it's, I think, a major responsibility because we are talking about now. These data are collecting now. So it's something on which we have to be collectively responsible, and I think on a large scale. This is the thing I wanted to highlight.
Thank you, Aurélien. So we've traveled from precision to relationship, from relationship to economics, from economics to responsibility. Saman, do you want to jump in at that stage?
Maybe I wait, then if finally with Arleti we have a follow-up question that links very well to what we are discussing, also based on the work that we did at the beginning of the week in the Research Acceleration Workshop. Thank you.
That will be great. Well, maybe our participants have any question?
If any questions, please don't hesitate. Yes. Do we have a microphone there? Let me here.
Hi, thank you for the discussion. It's been very interesting. So to go to the title of the panel, who decides in healthcare? I think that we've heard from you saying that the human in the loop is really pretty much still the scenario in which we are. Do you envision a scenario in which there will be decision making only by the machines in the foreseeable future?
It is feasible. The issue is if the decision really is a decision that will make the person better or the system better or not. It's again the issue of efficiency. You can have a machine do efficient decision making. And for an insurance company that is looking only at the quantitative elements of cost and efficiency is measured in a different way, the efficiency in the medical practice, that efficiency and the way that you have a person not need the health system too often. That's the importance of the prevention part. The prevention is not only for people to feel good, but also to use less the secondary and tertiary care elements that are the most expensive part of health system. So you could have, you have a lot of efficiencies. I mean, you could run many, and there are many things that you go, wow, okay, fine. But till now, when it comes down for people to decide and adhere to something, because that's the other level. It's not just information, it's behavior. And it's the behavior to be able to do something in a constant fashion that rewards yourself and rewards your well-being, etc. That is very complex. It's very difficult. If it was easy and if it could be systematized, everybody would be healthy. So, yeah, I can think of a totally AI precision system, but not sure that it would do the trick.
I have a comment as well to your question, and it's going into your direction. I think we talk about medicine, but we should talk about health at large, and we are heading to something new where AI is, of course, AI is doing a great job in screening the radiology and the radio and everything. Fine, okay, that's okay. But the real value of, or not, but close to something good. The idea is that there is an opportunity for AI to do another job in the big health system, which is the prevention and making that the people don't go to visit the doctor, don't go to the hospital, and only for accident, and even the accidents are prevented by AI. And this is coming from a super accurate knowledge about ourselves individually to provide some personalized advice so that everybody is individually treated before any health incident. And honestly, yeah, when you go to the doctor and you have your 12-minute consultation, what does he know about you? Probably very little. So The question that we have is, do we want to get some kind of prevention where we are treated as individuals so that you and me, we are not treated the same thing, and systematically we accept to give our data to something under control, of course, where we benefit more than the drawback of leaving a little data on a daily basis to something. And that's the objective, really. It's just AI becoming my mother or my grandmother around me, always taking care about me and preventing me to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, and I'd like to give an example how the industry is responding to that. At ReTech, at one of the stands, and I won't mention names, there was a dramatic shift. In the last 5 years, more or less, you've had a lot of emphasis on self-diagnosis, you know, like genetic markers, precision medicine. They take a blood sample, they give you a big triage of what you have, and then you get the result, right? And this one was, you take a little, it was about aging, it's about being able to see if you are aging faster or not than your biological age. You take a little blood, you send it, they ran the markers of 26 functions in the body. And then they come mapped which organs are aging normally, chronologically, which organs are aging faster, and which organs are aging slowly, because that's another element. But the key thing was, we have two ways. We could have a way that we ship the result to the person, and the person will get the report, and then whatever. But the one that we're actually asking people to do is that we send it to the physician, so the physician can take a look at that. The physician knows the patient and can say, you know what, I think this is off. This is not the way that this patient is acting. So the fact that you're going back to put the doctor in the loop of the decision-making instead of just doing an automatic thing, that's a market shift. That is a total, you know, that's really, it really surprised me on that. Well, not surprised because I don't get surprised very easily with things anymore, but it just did caught my attention because it's a market trend. It is not a product trend.
Yeah, I'm not sure people are, well, people. So in Europe, of course, there's human oversight. So for now, it's still human in the loop. Okay, I'm not an investor. I don't have a startup. But if I was, I'm not sure I would want to be standalone, because that means that I'm the one who's going to have the responsibility. And so I'm the one who's going to pay when it goes wrong. I feel, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like the startups are really anxious to be standalone. I think it's tricky.
By standalone, what do you mean?
Standalone, give the diagnosis, no human oversight.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's very tricky for them to be so sure about their product that they will take the risk of making the mistake, right? Because then it will be the company that will pay. I mean, we're talking about responsibility. There's moral responsibility, the one that I guess a human being has to live with. We, as doctors, we all have stories that we will think of probably our whole life when we did not do what the best thing for the patient. But then there's the economic responsibility, we're talking about it. And I personally wouldn't want to be wholly responsible for the mistakes, you know? So I think it's not really in the interest of the tech world to want to be standalone in health.
And I think that that's a very important topic because in the last 20 years, the Silicon Valley model has been, let's go for the for the unicorn and forget about the little donkeys that know their work and doing that. But it's pulverized. It's pulverized the funding, the attention, the technology. Right now, part of the pulverization of the AI is that everybody is seeking funding from different sources. At the end of the day, it's the same pot. And then you have the pilotitis. You know, you have pilots here, pilots there, because this is my MVP, this is the other MVP, and whatever. If we're talking about distributed health, if we're talking about technology being a networked element, you cannot run any type, whether it's financing, whether it's investment, whether it's healthcare, without being a connected and distributed network. So we have to start doing something, and that goes into the modeling of, and one of the things has caught my attention here at the ReTech Center this week has been, you know, the desire to make people share across their areas of expertise, their areas of comfort, look at things from different ways. And at the end of the day, when you start putting those ecosystems of learning and doing and critical thinking, you probably are going to get a better result than just very distinct precision in the technology.
Thank you very much. So maybe quickly going back to the question here, yes, we can have any type of future, like fully automated technology, but the question is, do we want that future? So that's why we focus on the exponential desirable futures, where technology can responsibly enhance humanity and help us advance. So I'm very happy that, first of all, very proud to have you all here with us and also within the expert community of ReTech Center. And of course, our Letty and Marie-Victor already are fellows with whom we are developing new programs. And also the points that Laurie mentioned, very to the point exactly. We have actually one of our doctoral candidates who couldn't make it to be here with us. He's exactly working on the points that you mentioned. So for us, I think Hina can also confirm that for us, when we see that the quality of the exchanges that are happening in our conferences, they reflect the reality of the research that our EDBA, our executive doctoral participants, that some of them are coming from medical background and some of them absolutely not. But they are trying to, as Arleti mentioned, to understand, to comprehend the user journey, as I asked also Aurélien, like to understand what is the experience, and so then they can better and responsibly innovate and contribute to. So thank you very much for being with us today, and thank you very much for being with us at ReTech Center of École des Ponts Business School and for this conversation. So if any final points from the audience, if not, Dr. Marie-Victoire, back to you, please.
No questions? Okay. Well, just a little thank you to close this roundtable and for this amazing discussion that shed light on how healthcare system will change tomorrow or not. Anyway, it brings a lot of philosophical considerations we must take into account. And the challenge is to make those things visible enough to manage them today. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Arleti. How much are we in line with the specialization track that we are releasing soon?
Silver Economy 5.0.
Yes. In terms of relevance, what on VivaTech and also what you heard during the research acceleration workshop?
Yes, definitely we're aligned because it's not only an issue of healthcare that we're discussing here, because everybody thinks about longevity as automatically being something about health. Health is important, but we're talking about work, we're talking about economy, we're talking about intergenerationality, we even talked about space, and how many of today's innovation in health started in space. And even telemedicine, when you think the people that were thinking, well, if you have an astronaut in space and has a medical situation, how can we guide that person when there is no doctors? And if we go down to the cell level, there's fantastic stuff that is being happening. So so I can see in 100 years medical tourism in the moon. But it is about taking aging out of longevity. Because the more that we stick to just the issue of aging, the more we stigmatize, the more we reduce the importance of longevity, We start aging when we're born, and everything is linked. Economy, social, science, technology, and more it's interlinked. And when we have 6 generations living together, working together, and that's going to be a commonality. Before we know, it's going to be 8 generations, because we are living longer in general. So yes, I think that the Silver Economy 5.0, MBA and DBA executive is the way to go. And I was looking at the world and how they deal with education and research in silver economy. I haven't found anything that is as comprehensive as what we have been discussing. Everything is either on the health or in the economics of it or in the technology of it or in the social sciences of it, etc. But it's not. It's about a world. It's a world that is constantly evolving through the longevity of its people.
Thank you very much for the first panel on who decides in health tech. Marie-Victoire, for the second panel, how do you... Yes? Okay, maybe we take a quick break. Yes, 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, all right. Yeah, the same thing. Can we still be led? Let's see. Authority, followership, and collective addition is going to be the next panel. Please, please, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, all set here. Please, please, please. So in the first panel, we had a fantastic conversation about leadership in AI, and now we are talking about leadership from the essence. Can we still be led? That's the topic of the second panel that we have put together with Dr. Marie-Victoire Chopin here, with a panel of experts who are coming from different parts of the industry to complement a beautiful picture that Marie-Victoire is ready to paint intellectually. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to have you all here at ReTech Center of École des Ponts Business School. And we are very pleased to have you on this stage to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Saman. So as you've heard, already heard, introduce myself, I will spare you the director's cut. Repetition may be very useful in behavioral sciences. It is a less reliable strategy for audience retention. So after asking in the previous panel, who decides, I found myself drawn here with a much more unsettling question. Who still accepts being led? And this question also sits at the heart of what we are doing with Saman around Enhanced Leadership 5.0, where authority, legitimacy, meaning, and agency evolve while systems increasingly help us to decide and also challenge collectives. So, well, we speak a great deal of the crisis of leadership, and it's a very in vogue topic. We examine leaders in every single detail, their courage, their competence, their communication, their authenticity, and we simultaneously coach their posture, assess their personalities, and ask them to be available for this roundtable. It's quite a job description. Thank you very much. So, and I think we spend less more time to examine another aspect of relationship, which is fellowship, and it's extremely important. The word can sound a little bit feudal, so let us rescue it immediately. Fellowship does not mean obedience. It is the collective capacity to grant authority, to accept a certain degree of asymmetry, and then to sustain a shared direction long enough for something to happen. So let's explore how it happens today, and we know that conditions have changed, collective have changed. We will explore that. So let me introduce our panel. We have today with us Pierre Barnabé. You are Chief Operating Officer of Dassault Systèmes. You previously served as CEO of ReTech and Chairman and CEO for Bull. Okay, nothing forgot. Sébastien Emerio, you are Chief Strategy Officer of Havas Media Network. Guillaume Briche, you are CEO of Digital Burger, an international group specializing in mobile payments and digital marketing. Stéphane Distinguin, you are a French entrepreneur and the founder of Faber Novel. You are recognized for your work at the intersection of technology, innovation, creative industries, and public policy. And last but not least, Jean-Luc Alexandre, you are the founder and CEO of Narea, a French deep tech company developing fourth generation micronuclear reactor technology. Oh my God, I've just said that. So before I turn to our panel, a quick test for the room. How many of you believe that leadership is actually in crisis? Oh, not bad. How many believe that people have become harder to lead? Okay, and now how many of you consider yourselves very easy to lead? Interesting. Well, the diagnosis is always clearer when it concerns other people. So let us begin with the collective itself. Well, let's say that leadership has often been treated as though the leader acts upon a relatively stable group, yet the group is no longer quite the same. The modern collective has found its voice and on occasion the capacity to withdraw trust almost overnight. So Stéphane, what has changed not only in leadership but also in the psychology of those who are led?
So when I listen to your question, it's I get it just like, that's being a matter of generations maybe, and we've heard a lot, that marketing surveys, that like of it's summer, it's very hot, so that it remind me of the polls that you get in magazines, maybe in the summer, that that if you're Gen Z, you're supposed to be that way, or and by the way, it looks like if we are talking about the Gen Z, we don't have so many Gen Z here. So I'm not so, I don't want to talk about people that are not in the room. And so let's talk about, that what has changed from ourselves. And to me, that organizations have changed. They've changed a lot, and we changed them during the maybe last 2 decades. We flattened the organizations. We made information much more easily available. To me, we've been talking a lot about AI, but that the COVID has been a huge shock to the organization as a matter of how we work remotely. And it changed so much that now that, to me, it's not so much that people have changed, but our organization have changed. And then, of course, we need to adapt. And it's not only a matter of, again, generations, but rather than how can we build something on these new organizations and not keeping, that the same expectation we had. And one of my favorite example is with interns. We've heard a lot that AI, for example, is preventing us to hire new people coming from École des Ponts, for example. And to me, it's not a matter of AI, but that's more a matter of people not wanting to lead anymore, just because it's a pain in the neck having that interns, new people to welcome, to be available, to accept that you're going to be interrupted and that you may be less efficient just because that you have these new people coming. And so it's the way it is. So that's it's not a matter only of leadership. It's how organizations have changed and how we still keep the same expectations about people in this organization, whereas everything has changed.
Well, thank you, Stéphane. It's extremely interesting. I see here a bridge with the previous panel because you bring again the problematic of relationship and the way we position ourselves. Well, and maybe we should drop this story about Gen Z or whatever, because the only thing that changed maybe that we became a little bit more particular with the terms and conditions. So you're describing a profound way the organization has changed. Pierre, when that shift enters the organization, what would be exactly in crisis? Are we facing a crisis of leadership? Or maybe a deeper shift in the conditions under which collectives grant this leadership?
Well, yes, I concur with what the survey you conducted at the beginning, because 2/3 of the people believe there is a crisis of leadership. It's right, but a crisis is also could be a good news also to make some changes and some evolution, because leadership has many facets, sometimes dark sides, and maybe the AI could bring some changes that are positive. And one of the leadership, former leadership that was, let's say, emphasized was linked to authority. Then leadership was linked to authorities, to the masters of process, and to some extent to master of information and knowledge. With AI, information is 1 second. Knowledge is 1 second. And I have the opportunity to be lecturer in some engineering schools, not Les Ponts, but not yet. And the students are extremely demanding because whatever you say, then you are lecturer, then you exercise a type of leadership. They challenge you immediately on what you say because they can even look, thanks to Claude or whatever, on the reasoning you deliver. Then the leadership by information and knowledge is disappearing. This is not because you know the information, you exercise a leadership. It is really disappearing, real time. That means that the nature of leadership has to change. And you have, the next steps for me to be a leader or to remain a leader, going to be around the know-how. Then it's not the knowledge and the information, it's the ability to know how to do and to know how to exercise, to know how you can work with information. The creativity, the innovation, because human brain invents things that the machine does not invent. That's a limit of AI, hopefully, that AI cannot invent something that has not been, on which they did not get any learnings. Then we have still the superiority to invent and to open new ways that never existed before. And the third element is to work and to connect people, to create collectivities. Then the leadership is changing, leaving information towards creativity, know-how, and collective teamwork, as it is stated, ability to connect people. But it's not the first time it happened. Huh? When Gutenberg invented printing, the information that was held by monks disappeared step by step because people get access to information and learnings. Then it's not the first time leadership is in crisis.
So you bring us to Nokia connecting people. And thank you, Pierre. Well, yeah, you're right. So information is widely distributed and expertise is constantly challenged. So leaders have to face with different audiences, languages, and even red lines. It's pretty difficult. And the leader may also have to earn the right to lead day by day, issue by issue, and yeah, it brings us to the consideration of legitimacy that was once supported by a relatively stable structure like hierarchy, professional status, control of information, and those structures still matter, but they no longer settle the matter. And maybe we face here something that we could call micro-legitimacies, permission to lead, granted, again, audience by audience, day by day. And it's a kind of leadership by renewable subscription without reminder email, though. So, Jean-Luc, would you like to think with me about that? What does a leader have to do differently today when the title grants authority but no longer guarantees legitimacy?
That's the real question. We've seen the evolution for the last 20, 30 years. When I started to work 30 years ago, it was totally different. You were given a legitimacy, which was the title you had. The organization gives the power 30 years ago. It's not the power today. Because what the people need today, they need to believe in you. As you said, as a lot of people said, and even in the former panel, AI has changed everything. In the past, the leader was the guy who knows. He was the expert. Today, they don't ask us to know everything. They know we cannot know everything. AI knows. And most of your people will know probably much more than you know. So what is legitimacy? And that's the real hurdle today. A lot of people, first, as you said, don't want to be leader anymore because they know they will fail. They know that it's not as in the past. The title doesn't give you the right power. So you need, for me, three things if you want to build on your legitimacy. Of course, you need the competence. If you are not competent, you're out of the game. The second one, and it's new, consistency. They want to believe in you. They want that you walk the talk. They will look at you outside the company. They will look at on your social network. He's my boss, but what does he do out of the work? Is he consistent with everything he asks from us? And the third one is the trust. Is he able, this leader, to build the trust? Can I put my trust in that people? And this, it's not a skill. You need to build it, you need to earn it from the people, and that's why a lot of new generation, they don't want to be leader because they think they will fail in that, which is wrong. There is a path for that. But it's a totally different way of leading the group. So there is a shift, definitely. Organization in which the new leadership will be built on that will succeed, but a lot of organizations will fail if they fail in this new leadership. I've seen that in my own career and in my own topics, where the expertise, when the technical expertise is very high, I work in nuclear, so you can imagine it's very difficult to understand everything. But the team doesn't expect from the boss to know everything. They expect from him to build the conditions for the collective intelligence, for the collective success. Why? Because times are very uncertain, which was not the case 20 or 30 years ago. It was quite easy to think what will happen in the next 5 years to 10 years. Today, everything changes every day. So we have uncertainty, and in front of uncertainty, you need to build trust. That's, for me, the real challenge for legitimacy.
Well, so the title may still open the door. The difficulty is persuading everyone to walk it through with you. Sébastien, we are now in the world where leaders are constantly interpreted, even before even really heard, by employers, stakeholders, clients, media, online communities, and their legitimacy has to be renewed again and again. So what makes people continue to grant a leader permission to lead, and what makes them withdraw it?
Thank you. That's kind of a tricky question because, you know, we made a survey in Havas and regarding brands in society, and at the time we had the question, would you like your leader, your CEO to be elected? I know about 2/3 of people wanted to elect their CEO. That means that for them, democracy, my country, my firm, that most of all the same. We want to elect our CEO. Maybe we want to elect our manager. I don't know exactly, but that shows one thing, that we have changed the relationship in terms, it looks like, for me, it looks like a consumption attitude. It's like buying a product, or it's like you say, subscription. And maybe I will change, because at the day I prefer that LLM and that we prefer that one for that one. And grant permission to a leader is very complicated because you have a lot of things to check. And that's the same thing when you want to buy a product. Where does it come from? What's the recipe? Who made that? What is it the right price? What's the service? You have a lot. It's very complicated to buy a product. And it's also very complicated to buy a CEO and to follow a CEO. And that's why for people, they clearly understand that it's a complicated job. That's why they don't want any longer to be CEOs or less. You know, I saw some figures that will be issued next week, which is about 77% of people think that's a great job. We need some. But only 40% thinks I'm going to do that, and 10% are really motivated. And you know, maybe among these 10%, there might be some psycho people, because you need to be a little bit psycho in order to accept the mission. So that's what since grant fellowship, I can also compare to the situation that we have in the social network. How is it possible for people to have like 1,000, 2,000, hundreds of thousands followers, because they grant you permission to. Not to be a leader of your company, but to be a leader of something. And we made a study on the key opinion leaders. You know, who are the key opinion leaders? And most of the time, key opinion leaders, they are not CSP++, they do not work and did not study in schools like here, but they were leaders too. And that's very strange.
Well, yet the most legitimate leader has eventually to do something extremely unpopular, choose. And, well, real choices closes other possibilities, you know. So with this kind of investment of your followers as an influencer, it's a pretty tricky situation you have to go through. And you're absolutely right, Sébastien, when you're telling us that organizations today place an extremely strong emphasis on personalization, transparency, participation, voice. We almost electing our managers, actually. It's very, very particular. But an organization still needs arbitration, someone who would be capable to endorse this responsibility. And, well, I would like to ask something to the room now. I would like you to think of a decision that you disagreed with, but ultimately accepted because you trusted the person, or maybe the intention behind it. You may keep the name of the person to you. It's not a group therapy session, it's a round table. So, anyone wants to share?
Can you repeat the question for the end, please?
The question was to think about a situation you would disagree with and you accepted to follow because you trusted the person.
I can see now, yes. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So the issue was around a structural change, an organizational change. So I fundamentally agreed with the model of the change. I had concerns over the maturity of the organization to sort of have that change become successful. But I trusted in the experience of the leader in terms of seeing that through. But I had my reservations.
Could you express them?
So my reservations was really just around the fact that the organization itself, the culture, would not support the structure that they wanted to implement. However, they were hell-bent on moving forward with the change. I had concerns with the timing, the optics, but I trusted, based on their experience, that it would end up as a successful change, and it hasn't so far. It's not boring out to be successful as we thought. So I've sort of been left with concerns rather around transparency, because when there was no consensus with the staff before implementing the change.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you for sharing. It's all about transparency. Well, yeah.
By the way, I think that one of the function of the leaders is to transform fear into motivation. It's also all about change management. So I think it's key topics to succeed. So, sorry.
Okay, thank you for reaction, Guillaume. Keep your micro because it brings us to the next question, actually. How much of leadership is about helping a collective carry the frustration created by a necessary choice? How do you motivate them?
So yeah, in terms of frustration, I would say that it's linked to several things. So I will not repeat all what I hear because I fully agree with the fact that leadership is more and more demanding, that is more and more based on legitimacy. But to go fast, I would say that to me there's three main reasons. The first one is a lack of vision, or at least a lack of shared vision. I think that now, and I've experienced that Top-down is not working anymore. I mean, we are in 60 different countries, so and I was, by the way, yesterday at the Best Managed Company events organized by Deloitte, and this share vision, the onboarding of the collaborators is really key to succeed. The second reason is the lack of explanation, and I think that more and more we have to answer to the why. We have to explain to each collaborators what's the project, what's the vision, how it works. And the third one is about a lack of decision. And on that, I think that AI cannot help. When you have to face COVID, when you have to face war, I have to face 3 military takeover in Guinea, in Mali, in Burkina Faso. You have to take decision extremely quickly, and a lack of decision can create a lot of frustration. And on the same time, I would like also to qualify that, because we are in Paris in a tech environment, but I see also differences between Western countries and Africa, Middle East, Eastern Europe. Of course, in Africa, for instance, I would say that authority is less challenged than in France or than in Western countries. And I think that for me, leadership is really all about transforming frustration into collective progress. So during the last 3 months, I went to Riyadh, I went to Lagos, I went to Aix-en-Provence, I went to Mexico to see the LATAM team. It was the same goal, but I have to have 3 different approach. In Aix-en-Provence, it was more based on explanation, values. In Riyadh, in Lagos, was more about economical performance, money. In Latin America, it was more about casual sharing experience to explain the vision. So at the end, it has to remain coherent between the speech and the actions. And for me, example is not the best way to manage. It's really the only way. So that's what I can say about frustration.
Well, if I have to resume, the frustration does not necessarily weaken the collective. What weakens it is frustration that remains arbitrary, unexplained, and unowned. And the leader's task is to make it more understandable in order the group can keep moving, actually.
Yeah, and adapt to each population, and it's not the same frustration around the world according to culture, according to context, different background. So it's really something that has to be adapted.
We had this wonderful interview, Saman, do you remember, about a clone, CEO clone, digital twin who was supposed to adapt strategy for every country, every culture, every language.
Exactly. So this is very in line with what is being discussed here. So we have some online series of conversations with experts that with Marie-Victoire, we are exactly asking like these type of difficult questions. And one of the experts from the community, a brilliant leader who has a digital twin of himself, instead of him answering to the questions of the employees and to support them and to help them advance. Of course, he's testing and learning as a leader. So then the question was exactly about the cultural and background adaptation that the system would need to have, and this is exactly what he mentioned. But the one question that we didn't have time to ask him, but we can ask you, is that when leaders are using systems, relying on systems to take decisions, does it help with the politically being more correct or avoiding potential negative circumstances that would have come if I don't use AI or intelligent systems as a leader, and I say, I don't use AI and this decision?
I mean, I can only answer to my experience. The best way to take the best decision is to have people on the ground who knows. I never trust AI to give me advice about how I have to react in Moscow, in Riyadh. I mean, maybe I will try one day, but at the moment I'm not confident in doing this. So really for me, the key is to be local. I think that we are experiencing the end of the nice globalization, and so sovereignty, local actions are really coming back in a very pregnant way. And on my side, my strategy would be to be local as much as possible.
Stefan, what do you think?
There's so much to say on all these points. First, to answer your question on decision, I still think that that time is also very helpful. So that no matter when AI can answer in just a sec, we can cope with that. That was your point. With such a speed ourselves, so that's what our grandmother told us, that you need to sleep on it. I guess will be still, that's very much valuable. So that's, and our brains are still the same. So and there is a second step, that's the collective brain. And to me, the next point with AI will be not only our individual usages, and we all know that if I had a quick poll here asking if you use AI, for sure you will all use AI, and that's the case that 100% people are using AI. But how do you use it collectively in meetings? And I don't know if you already tried it, to work with AI in a meeting, but it's so hard just because that you move very quickly in your direction, and then you need to explain where you are, and it takes ages to get back to your point, and it's very fulfilling for the people, that the person that use the AI, and it feels that's very powerful moving forward, and then you have to explain. So to me, we all have a biological clock, and I guess that organizations have also that biological clock. To answer to your questions about simulation and that Zuckerberg thing, having a fake CEO, to me it's an absolutely nonsense. It's even dangerous. If you think of someone entering your place, and it allow me to make a point to your previous question. Of course, we have frustrations, and we have to cope with frustration as leaders. Everybody has to cope with frustration, but our duty is to deal with contradiction. And a leader, to me, a good leader is someone who has the ability, that's to live with contradictions without dissolving the collective. And so in that case, I can see of someone, that's having a fake himself, answering questions in a way, and we know AI. It's very friendly. It always answers, that's the questions, that's the way you'd like to be answered. And so at the end of the day, I guess that's a real CEO is not in this position. He has to deal with contradiction and not to dissolve the group. So it's the reason why I won't play that game myself.
So since you mentioned having instant access to information, and since we are also living in the instant economy and data is there, and also as in the examples as was also shared based on the lived experiences of lecturing or teaching, or even in the meetings, people are checking constantly, like what you're talking about, to to check and validate, and it's becoming more and more challenging. So what is your observation when it comes to intergenerational interactions between leaders? And you wanted to go to Gen Z, but you didn't. But I have to tell you that online we have a lot of Gen Z, so feel free to talk about them because they're hearing you and they know where you live. So feel free.
So my experiences they're already, they know how to decipher, that's fake news, and they're living in it. So that's that's the way they get informed themselves. So that's on TikTok, or on Reddit. So that they know how to make a difference between, I guess, as much as possible. So to me, what has changed is the various maybe level of let's say language, and the way you talk to someone in the proper way, so that it's not only a matter of politeness, it's also the way to address to your manager, to your coworker, to your and this is very, very key to me. And more, and again, and sorry if I'm so passionate or obsessed by this question, but to me, remote work has also changed the various codes of how we interact. And so we need, in organizations, to, and that's a matter of culture, to give the right, that guide rails, just like for AI, of how people interact and what is professional and professional, by the way. And this frontier is something that is maybe not as clear as it was for the previous generation. So I'm changing my mind and saying that now that you have different generations, but that for sure it faded. It totally changed, and so that we need to understand and to prevent ourselves. And what I said was that we don't change our expectations. That we have people that have been living in a different system and will still think that they've been, that's trained and educated and just like what we were, and that's not the case. And by the way, again, I know what's the case for it's the case for École des Ponts, but it's striking to me to see how maybe that younger generation is not that used to, that's the kind of student jobs that we I don't know if you all did, but I did, that's working in some, that's in cafes and where you learn also different ways, different registers on how to interact, how to and I guess that's also something that we wanting to go maybe to something that is more professional. That's the proper way. So that starting very early your career, that's being on a track to be a manager or to not a CEO, but maybe and not looking around doing that different stuff. That's in associations or whatever. It's maybe something that also is lacking to me sometimes.
Yeah, well, again, a beautiful bridge with the previous panel about the importance of accompanying, cultivating this kind of relationship aspects. I would like to react on what you were just saying about the friendly part of all the smart systems. And actually, they make decisions, messages very neutral when you compare them with the leaders who hesitate, negotiate, are simply tired, change their mind, or carry visible interests. So yeah, diplomatically speaking, it might be neutral. Pierre, if we try to simulate a situation where you are assisted by a smart system, which would be the part of your leader's symbolic function that this system could absorb?
Well, talking about the systems and to some extent the simulation of a decision, because one of the tasks of the leader is to make decision clearly, collective decision, because as I said, the capacity to connect people, human beings, remains at the hands of humans. But at the end of the day, you can be surrounded by AI, tools, processes, whatever, systems. But to make a decision, there is something I believe AI is not yet ready to capture, is what is called gut feeling. It's purely human.
It has no feelings.
It's purely human. And okay, it can be called intuition, okay, but at the end of the day, it can be mathematically described. Huh? It's analysis of the existing data, surroundings, low, high signals, and so on. It's this analysis of the situation thanks to these data, and of course, helped and supported by experiences. And then you make a decision. And in many, many cases, the decision is rarely the same you have taken in a similar situation years ago. Because nothing is the same. Never one size fits all, never. Then it's where AI can help you, like systems, tools, and so on, but at the end of the day, the decision you make is always innovative. always. It looks like you did it in the past, more or less, but it's always different. And it's where the human creativity is, not for the moment, is clearly superior to the machine, the systems, and so on. Is this human gut feeling that is made with guts, and to some extent that is also in depth, I believe, in our DNAs and our biology. Then it's something where we are and we're going to remain different from machines, and where human leadership's gonna keep the lead for a long period of time.
Well, I love this line about gut intuition. So much to tell about that. Well, maybe I'll drop the ball to Jean-Luc, asking him, what do you think about all these new systems helping with arbitration and accepting arbitration in organizations?
It's a different topic, because arbitration is one key skill that we should have as a leader, of course, because it needs a lot of courage, but you need to make a decision. Because otherwise, a group will follow different projects, different way, and there is an allocation to arbitrate, and with a lot of different advices that you receive from everywhere, from AI, because each and every collaborator will go on the AI and will challenge you with the information you had. So arbitration is something. You need to make the decision, and then, but it's been said before, you need to be able to explain it and to sell it to your people. So first you need to have this participation, and this is new in the new organization. We make more workshops than ever. We don't decide anymore in our room and get out of the room and say, I decide something, let's make a meeting and I will explain you as a top-down way how it works. This is over. This is totally over. So listen to your people, listen to the teams is something which is key as a good leader, because the participation will qualify your decision. It will bring quality to your decision. Because we cannot have all the information. So bringing the diversity of the workshop and different cultures, men and women, to bring more women in the groups. There are only 15% of women in the companies usually. When it's 15, it's a good figure. Why don't we bring more women? We did that in the past at Suez, for example. We brought more women. For example, where women are in a big group, there is a lot in the support functions. We bring them, even in pure technical workshop. Why? Because they do not understand the same thing the way men understand. And sometimes they ask questions that men will never ask. And then you open a door and you see things differently. So participation is the key. You qualify, and then you arbitrate, and then you need to explain it. And the leader cannot say, I just explained, I made my statement, now it's over. If it's not understood, then you need to redo the job again. And this is where new leaders have to develop this empathy. And it's a human aspect to accept that among the team people, there will be people that will not accept, not understand, not accept forever and ever, or not accept for the time being. Because maybe they don't have all the keys. They don't have all the cards. But then the leader has to take the lead on that and say, okay, if you did not understand, if you disagree, there must be a reason why. And I need to understand why. And it's my job to convince you. It's not anymore to convince the boss. It's the boss who has to convince the team. That's what I've seen in my organization, my different organization, and it works.
Can I ask a follow-up on that, please? So you mentioned collective decision-making and workshopping. Huh? So for a leader, when there are difficult questions that is not easy to find a consensus among the team, how do we eventually decide, even though, as you mentioned, half of the team might still not, but how, without breaking that collectivity and that team addition? So what would be the leadership skills? Or
I think that's the most important objective, is not to cut the collective intelligence and the collective momentum. So even if you have to change the decision because you need to adapt the decision, but don't crash the collective momentum, because that's your asset. if you don't have collective power, you are dead, because your competitor will do it. So you can explain, you can modify a decision as long as you keep the collective momentum. Because as a group, we are stronger and we go further. So that's absolutely, for me, this is the key. And sometimes I've seen that, I've been in that position to make a decision, a qualified one, that I thought it was qualified, and I've seen that some people were not accepting. And then I had to modify my decision to be sure that the collective momentum will be there. Otherwise, you kill yourself. You kill your company, you kill the organization. People will start not following the processes, and people will start what we call an anti-project, because they will go on NI and they say, by the way, there could be another way, but it's not the way the workshop did. So you need to adhere to a decision, and I need as a leader to convince you. That's my job, it's not yours.
Stefan, I would need you to bring here a wider lens with your wisdom and philosophy.
The wider, but that's, I'm happy being with you this afternoon. And if I had something to say, and thank you, Jean-Luc, just that's to me, my only message today would be that you know. I don't know if it's a crisis of leadership, but there is a crisis. And what you just said, maybe a couple of years ago, would have sounded totally obvious. Pure good sense. It is not anymore. And there have been, I don't know if it's backlash, I don't know if it's a backslide, but on diversity, on openness, on everything. And Sebastian, we were talking about psycho. I don't know if it's you need to be a psycho to be a CEO, but with someone like Elon Musk, being a trillionaire, and we've been also talking about exemplarity, and having a role model that is such a psycho is also a big problem for all of us. It's so. We need here, being managers, entrepreneurs, teachers, as leaders, we need, you know, such to fight in the coming weeks, months, and years, just to make it obvious again that we need to be with progress, and that progress is a way to share something that has a direction. And that direction is maybe not the one that some of that authoritarian, that again models are showing right now. So that's it's really key just to say it again and loud, and it's so strange to see how in our organizations it just like it change in just 2 years, and so we need to bring it again to the pace and place where it was, and it has to be.
Thank you. No, it's a beautiful conclusion actually to this question. All the problem is how to make leadership great again. So that brings us to the final step of our discussion. Guillaume, if leaders no longer are primarily the ones who know the most or decide alone, what is now their indispensable function?
Yeah, so to come back to what Jean-Luc was saying, I think that leaders has to create the conditions of collective intelligence. So it's not anymore to be an expert, it's not anymore about knowledge, it's just to federate energies. You know, in my organization, I have a C-level that 15 years ago was graphist. So it's their main quality is courage, is relevance, is relationship. So for me, I would say that there is 3 main components in terms of leadership. There is the vision leadership, there is the relationship leadership, and there is a situational leadership, where you have to transform uncertainty into actions. More and more, I think that learning, leading by learning is more and more important. I used to know leading by knowing, leading by doing things, but I think that it really fit with the change management that we have to face. I mean, this culture of leading by learning enables us to move from Minitel, that maybe people in the room don't even know what it is, to phone, to smartphone, to connected TV, to move from offline to AI, to move from 1 country to 60 countries, to move to 100 million francs to 500 million euro. I mean, it's really all about that. And I think that it's this leading by learning is key at the moment.
Okay, so there's so much to say about collective intelligence in situational intelligence. By the way, Sébastien, if we try to look at the question now from the collective point of view, if we still need leaders today, what exactly do we do?
First of all, I just wanted to add that I had the chance, because I work in the communication business, to work a lot with the Gen Z. And most of the time, the Gen Z knows much more than I do. So, you know, the asymmetry regarding knowledge, it's my problem. and also I have to face some situations sometimes is that they know a lot of things, but at a time you need to decide things. And you are turned around the table and you talk a lot about things, that what you should do on Snapchat, on what you should do on TikTok, on what we should do. And they know what to do, but they cannot decide what to do. That's a great issue of, I don't know, that generation. But when you know something, when you know so much things, it's more difficult to decide. So they look at me and say, what do we do, boss? And that's very strange. That's a shortcut of the relationship that we can have with the Gen Z, but that things. And but there's also something that I would add to the debate, which is something that coming from my industry, and I think maybe open the door regarding why we still need to be late and how we can do that, is that in the creative industry, most of the time, we work as a duet. Which is very rare in other industry. But in the creative industry, in the advertising industry, you have duet in the creative. That means one is the, I would say, artistic director, and the other one is the copywriter. They do not have the same role, but they work as a duet. When they were not open space, they were in the same room all day long, work together all day long, and sharing a lot of things. And I was very impressed with that kind of organization in terms of leadership, because sometimes they became the leader of the agency. And that's why a lot of communication agencies work with a duet. And you cannot imagine the power that it has in terms of consistency, in creativity, in terms of empathy, in terms of how do you grow the collective energy, all these things when you are a duet. I know it's not really exactly easy. You can imagine you already like to work in a lot of the situation. You say, just imagine who do you would like to work with as a duet, and I think you would say, oh yes, then I can be a CEO. That's my suggestion.
That's a great suggestion. And Simon, we were talking about stewardship, leadership as stewardship, actually, that allows collectives to think, create, choose, trust, and move forward. And this is exactly about that. So we began with a deliberately unsettling question, can we still be led? And I would like us to close with a single message, each of you, for our participants. What would be the quality, leadership quality you would retain today? Who would like to start? Guillaume?
If I have to say one, I mean, there is a lot, but curiosity for me is key.
Curiosity, okay. Pierre?
Creativity, invention. This is a difference.
You stand by your choice.
Very simple.
Okay, Stéphane?
Holding contradiction.
Jean-Luc?
Creating the conditions for the collective intelligence.
Well, Sebastian, you have a closing word.
Yeah, something about moral or ethics or something about that. Exactly.
No
Because
more psychopaths, but moral.
yeah. Most of the time, the leaders that are appointed in the organization, they are appointed for what they did, or they are appointed for what they could do. But people look at them and say, what should they do, or what might they do if we had to face that tornado? Because we face tornadoes, and we don't know exactly how our leader will react. And part of the followership that we give to them is because I think that this guy or this lady will react that way, and I prefer that way.
Thank you so much. You were an absolute gift today, collective gift, a collective intelligence. Simon, a closing word? Say.
Sure. Thank you very much. So this is the type of the conversation that we have. The type of the questions we ask. We don't pretend we have the answers, but we try to have the right questions when it comes to leadership under the specialization track of Enhanced Leadership 5.0, which is responsible leadership, empathic leadership, transformational leadership, situational leadership, all of these, yes. Don't forget your gift, by the way. But then how AI and technology can help us reach that status of enhanced leadership. So thank you again for joining us and sharing with us, with participants, and we look forward to having you much more in the program. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to you. Let's take a break, and we come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay. All right, so we are getting ready to start the third panel. If you're ready, we are ready. Ali, Ayumi, one of the panelists, she is sick. Her kid sick, her own sick. Anyway, she's not. Yeah. So, one, two. Yes, exactly. So, decide whatever you want. Yes.
Ils sont partis.
Qui?
Ils n'ont pas de questions, rien. Bien de photos, tata, bye bye.
We are ready to start. We are ready. Non, tu peux prendre ton verre. Okay. So I'm going to ask. Okay, so we are ready to start the third panel. And for this panel, Nikki, please, Professor Tawfiq at the center. Dr. Anino, maybe next to me. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this is a very special panel. Of course, the topic is very important, responsible tech diplomacy and board governance. But also, it's because the topic that we are working on, it's of course very natural and organic to the responsible technology conversation, especially when it comes to École des Ponts. So we are there in business of building roads and bridges, but not only physical ones, but also social and intellectual and cultural ones. However, it appears that technology is getting in the way and is doing things that we were not ready for, like we discussed in the previous panel about enhanced leadership. But here we're going to have a more serious conversation maybe about the role of technology in changing the dynamics of relationships, of the diplomacy that is within and across organizations and nations and regions and industries and clusters. We have experts here to share their insight and the work that we are doing collaboratively here at ReTech Center of École des Ponts Business School about this important topic, and of course its intersection with board governance. So tech diplomacy and board governance. What is the relationship? We are going to figure out a bit more in this session, and hopefully if you stay with us for a bit longer, after this conference, after the party, if you join the sessions that we are going to start and the programs that we are going to start under the specialization tracks of both topics, hopefully you will learn more and hopefully you will join us to responsibly drive this transition and make sure that tech diplomacy can serve for leading the exponential desirable futures. So on this very special panel, of course, co-moderator Miki, who is a ReTech fellow, a doctoral candidate, working already with us on her doctoral project and also at ReTech Center, not only in these programs, but many more that we have the pleasure of having her. We have Ali, who is heading Arab News en Français and Arab News Japan. And we have the pleasure of having him. He was also here yesterday for this panel. He's well prepared because yesterday and today it was Vision Golf, which is designed by Business France in order to advance the relationship, the collaborations with GCC and France. But of course, he brings the expert eye into media, public policy, and many more. So I don't want to ruin it. Miki has also prepared a short intro for everyone, but also everyone is going to introduce themselves. Dr. Anino next to me a valuable asset to ReTech Center of École des Ponts Business School. Unfortunately, she already had a doctorate when I met her, so I couldn't convince her for the EDB. I mean, she already had a DBA, not a PhD. If it was a PhD, I could convince her, it's obvious. But she already had a DBA, so my work was a bit harder. I'm still trying, though. Huh? So Dr. Anino is doing many fascinating things in inclusion and impact, in driving the responsible transition by different tones and languages and disciplines. But one of the works that I can mention, maybe just briefly to introduce you, is that she is the founder of 100 Women at Davos, which is a fantastic, a very strong group of women, entrepreneurs, leaders, innovators, investors, who gather to support the community moving forward. And at the center, we have Professor Tawfiq Jalati, who is a very well-known face at the school, at École des Ponts, and also for those who are in the political and diplomatic realms. So Professor Jalasi is the honorary dean of École des Ponts Business School, and of course, a distinguished fellow at ReTech Center and a professor at the school, among many others. He's also supervisor at our doctoral programs and many more. So we are thrilled to have all of you here. Thank you very much for joining us. And thanks to Mickey for doing the heavy lifting of the job and to sitting on the other side to try to drive this conversation forward. So Mickey, please, let's get started.
Great. So let's start. First of all, thank you so much, Saman.
Don't forget.
Sorry, yes, that microphone thing. So thank you so much, Saman, for having me and making me part of that conversation. Right. So my name is Miki Hirasawa Ashton. As my name suggests, I am French. I have 25 years of corporate experience as a public affairs executive and a marketing executive. I worked across North America, Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. So this is in a nutshell me. What I wanted to tell you is this morning I woke up and I was wondering, how can I open today's panel? And then I noticed that this week we have the G7, right? And so a lot of conversation happened, and what used to be a very trade-led conversation, a geopolitical conversation, there's still a lot of that. Today in the agenda, technology has taken a huge place. At the same time, we were all at VivaTech, thanks to École des Ponts Business School. So most of us who are here got the fortunate chance to actually go to VivaTech. And the conversation was more about how business actually drive that conversation too. And I'll give you just an example, because we don't always think about that, but topics such as sovereignty as part of business continuity. I've never heard that before. I think this is something that is very prevalent in today's conversation. Which brings us to today's super panel, which is around tech diplomacy and board governance. And I think, Saman, you already introduced our superstar panelist, so we could actually start with the questions.
So in full transparency, on this panel, we are missing one face who I just received a text that unfortunately she couldn't make it, and it's Ayumi Moore, who you know. She's hopefully finishing her doctoral graduates with us, hopefully this year, if not next year. But unfortunately, she got stuck somewhere as she's flying and some emergencies that she couldn't be a part of this very important conversation. For the context, Ayumi is the founder of Women in Tech, with about 300,000 women as a part of the network and chapters around the world, but also as a part of her doctoral studies here at the school. The idea of tech diplomacy got more refined and also got more rooted into academic literature and scientific approach to designing tech diplomacy. And with Professor Jalasi and myself, I have the honor also of serving this community, of supporting Ayumi's work. So although Ayumi could not unfortunately make it, but because Professor Jalasi is the supervisor of the research work that she's doing, also Professor Jalasi is chairing the board of Tech Diplomacy Global Initiative that Ayumi founded. So therefore, we hope that Ayumi's absence is less felt. However, it cannot be completely covered by anyone. So Ayumi, we say hi to you from here, and we hope to have you for the next session. Thank you. Please. Is it me I'm starting, right? Yes. Yes, that's true. Actually, so there we go. So I would like to ask Professor Jelassi to kindly shed light on what do we mean by tech diplomacy, and in the context of ReTech Center, the responsible tech diplomacy.
Thank you very much, Saman, for the kind invitation to be back to a school where I had served for 13 years as dean before my colleague and friend, Professor Alan Rosen, took over and Saman joined the leadership team. So being here brings a lot of memories, obviously. To answer your question, tech diplomacy is the ability to engage, to discuss, to negotiate digital matters, whether it is digital governance, whether it is AI, whether it's digital sovereignty, to discuss, negotiate bilaterally or multilaterally. So if you wish, it's a dual capacity. It's being a diplomat, but also comprehending and speaking with confidence about technology matters. And today, this is very important. Mickey started saying, or referring to the G7. There was a dedicated session to technology and AI, as you know, in Evian a couple of days ago, with the CEOs of the leading AI companies in the world attending. If we go back to President Trump's visit to China, he had a dedicated session with President Xi on AI and technology. We have not seen in the past digital and AI being the top of the agenda in summit meetings or in bilateral heads of government or heads of state visits. So today we believe tech diplomacy has made its way into the ministries of foreign affairs. We have more than 20 countries today who have appointed a tech ambassador, a senior diplomat and standing and speaking and knowing with confidence digital matters, appointed on a full-time capacity to, as I said, engage, negotiate, and cooperate, because digital sovereignty does not mean protectionism or isolation. It means national sovereign choices about digital matters, because with the exception of 2 countries that you know, no single country in the world can fully have access to the digital stack, from rare minerals to chips to submarine cables to hardware to software to the latest AI capabilities. So that's the digital stack. And of course, a tech ambassador has to understand that and be able, as I said, to defend national interests when it comes to the different layers of the digital stack.
Thank you very much, Professor Jelassi. So, as increasingly technology obviously is in all domains and sectors, so it's no more a choice but a must to have these type of conversations, as technology is driving diplomacy and global politics in various ways. So do you think, maybe for the sake of this conversation, if we need to narrow down, do you think, based on your experience and the research that you're doing, do we need to focus on tech for diplomacy, or tech in diplomacy, or diplomacy in tech, or tech and diplomacy? Or no, it's really tech diplomacy, because diplomacy cannot exist without tech today. What would be your take on that?
For me, tech diplomacy is not tech in diplomacy. It's not how to use digital technologies to be more effective in diplomatic matters. I mean, that's tech as a support, as it is for many other business functions. Tech diplomacy is, as I said, a diplomat who, in the past, we let digital matters in the hands of the IT minister. I used to be digital minister in my home country, and I know what I'm referring to here. So in the past, we dealt with it as a resource, managed technically by a technology ministry. Today, that is still continuing, but that is more within the remit of a country, within the borders of a country, deploy 5G, deploy fiber network, maybe set up the latest application using IoT, whatever. I used to do that as digital minister. But when we talk about tech diplomacy, it's linked to foreign affairs, linked to bilateral, multilateral cooperation. And typically, this is the Minister of Foreign Affairs that deals with that. In the past, Ministry of Foreign Affairs had focus, or has focused on economic diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, Today, we see tech diplomacy being added as another major thrust that diplomats and senior government officials need to be able, as I said, to discuss, first to comprehend, to converse, but also to negotiate and hopefully to commit others to cooperate on.
So on that point, I also know, in addition to your ministerial work and your incredible work in academia, you also work for the UN in communications and in IT. That's incredible. And so my question to you is, what do intergovernmental organizations and NGO play in driving tech diplomacy?
Very good question. Yes, for the last 5 years, I have been Assistant Director General of UNESCO, in charge of communication and information. That's a broad umbrella under which we work on freedom of expression, development of media, reinforcing safety of journalists, ensuring access to information, helping national digital policy development, digital transformation, AI. So yes, there are some matters. I'm mentioning AI. UNESCO 5 years ago was the leading force globally to put in place a set of principles on the ethics of artificial intelligence. This was 2 years before the advent of ChatGPT, of OpenAI. The work on it started in 2018, way before the world woke up to say, we need the responsible, ethical use of AI. So these guidelines, we call the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, was voted in 2021 by 193 countries who are the member states of UNESCO. Today, it's the only global standards, it's the only global standard on the ethics of AI that exists. There are others, but are mainly regional. European Commission, the OECD, the G20, but here we talk about the world. The only global normative instrument on the ethics of AI was developed by UNESCO. Today, it is being implemented in more than 100 countries around the world. So that's an example of tech diplomacy at a global level and engaging multi-stakeholders in their development.
Thank you very much. Follow-up, or may I? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Jelassi. So you mentioned the keyword when you were explaining the topic, governance, and then we have, of course, board governance. And here is where we have Dr. Annino, our distinguished fellow at ReTech Center as well, with whom we are developing the specialization track, developed and launching the specialization track of board governance. How would you interconnect, Dr. Annino, tech diplomacy and board governance?
Thank you, Saman. Delighted to be here again and on this panel. Mickey, we've been chatting,
Yes.
on the side. And Ali, nice to meet you. And Professor, I will tell you just a little story. In Davos, we had 100 women at Davos, and we had Professor Jelassi who came to our event. And honestly, did you not change the tone of the event? We are so delighted, so honored. 150 people, mainly women, 100 women at Davos, and we had Professor with us. So it's a great pleasure to be on this panel with you. Firstly, thank you very much for setting the context, explaining very clearly what tech diplomacy is about. Now, the thing is, when you're looking, especially in private sector, it could be boards of any organization, but particularly in private sector, the thought is, why are we interested in tech diplomacy? Diplomacy as a word, typically, at least the big D, it's governments. It's governments, intergovernmental, bilateral, multilateral, and that's not necessarily us, the private sector. Although Professor did give us a little bit of a hint when we talked about the G7. And this is really why it's important. It is multi-stakeholder. In that word, it involves the private sector, it involves civil society. And the reason why, whilst tech diplomacy isn't today, it started very many years ago, but really what has driven the importance of tech diplomacy is the acceleration of AI. Now, why, let's rewind back 20, 30 years, right? Where as an organization and in technology, what you did with technology in your organization really was about having that infrastructure for your work, right? And training people, adopting, implementing, etc. It was almost personal and maybe competitive advantage, efficiency. That's all it was. So you had, whether it's Excel files or people using Word, that was you. But this is different. We've seen in recent years, things like in Europe, Europe, GDPR, etc. The role of technology has far surpassed what organizations need and are using for themselves. And the difference with AI in particular and technology is that technology as a platform compared to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, where a lot of the things that were infrastructure, even the word, were provided by governments and regulated by governments. So whether it was roads or telecoms and all of that, but for the first time in history, we have the most important influencer of the way organizations operate, how society operates in the hands of the private sector. That means organizations are, private sector organizations and all, are implicated in this, and the effects are external, not just to the organization, but external. Things like data security, things like risk, and within countries. We saw what happened, when was it? Was it this week? Things are moving so quickly, we're not even sure, again, when really we saw the policy coming out of the US, right, where Anthropic is no longer able to deploy some of its technology to use outside the US, for example. So we have governments that are involved in policy in private sector. And the last thing I would say, in addition to that, for example, some work we did just ahead of the World Trade Organization ministerial meetings in Cameroon a few weeks back, was when we're looking at interoperability in terms of AI. So as a company, as an organization, for example, what you suddenly find is you're operating across borders, and there are different regulations, and you didn't realize you had to deal with those regulations. And sometimes, are they speaking to each other? Who is going to speak to governments when you're faced with these trade issues? And so you have the private sector being very much involved with what's happening with international development organizations, for example, like the WTO. And so in terms of understanding the issues, in terms of the risks, in terms of your responsibilities, tech diplomacy, which is engaging with the public sector and other stakeholders about how tech is developed, is used, is deployed, becomes critically important today.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Mickey.
So perhaps that weaves in perfectly to the role of media. So, Ali, I know you've done a lot, and I think, I've known you through your work at the Japan Tobacco, but you were actually working, one of the rare foreigners who worked for the Japanese government. You also have an extensive experience through Médecins Sans Frontières, and now you're actually heading one of the most prestigious papers in the region. What do you think is the role of media in driving that tech diplomacy conversation?
Thank you, Mickey, for those very kind words. And thank you, Saman, for having me on this panel. It's a genuine pleasure with such distinguished panelists. I mean, look, media in itself is there to inform the public. And in general, we want to be fair. And the idea is facts should be, leading the conversation and really there to represent what is going on, whether it be, in the Middle East where I am, where things are going very fast and moving at an exponential rate, where the information is coming in much faster than we can actually verify and distribute it. So the idea, I think, for where tech diplomacy plays a bigger role is utilizing technology in itself to help us. We have used, for the last 2 years, we were one of the first papers to utilize AI. So we utilize AI specifically for translation. I run a Japanese paper. The objective of the paper from the beginning was the Arab world. So I run a Japanese paper from the Arab world. People are very surprised. I mean, why Japan? It's just such a, it's one country, one language. It's not international. What's the interest? The idea was the Arab world had no voice in Japan, zero. We had nothing that spoke about the Arab world to Japan in Japanese. Initially, we used to have translators that translated everything, but with AI, it optimized everything. But the role of the paper is a diplomatic one. I mean, we are really there to help bridge that gap, which exists. So we need a technology to help bridge that gap by having us basically translate content better, but also there was a lot of chances where it's inefficient because it's wrong. So instead of 20 minutes in translating something, you spend 32 seconds translating something, but then half an hour copy editing. So the idea is you want to always have, human eyes. The previous panel was talking about where does the human, being interact with with AI. We make sure that it has to be at the end before it hits to our readers. The idea is if they don't trust the content that's coming out, you've completely, disrupted the whole ecosystem. Because if they don't trust in you, the media is irrelevant. And so tech diplomacy in itself comes in not only with just AI, but also it opens up a lot of different nuances where we are being diplomatic through utilizing technology, where we are speaking from one foreign ministry to another foreign ministry through a media channel, multilaterally from all the Arab states. But there is always that risk where if something goes wrong, especially with Japan, it's very hard to get your credibility back. And so we work exponentially on ensuring that the content that's out there is factual. And I'm very proud to say that, well, unfortunately, during the Gaza conflict at its, beginning and continuation, we became the #1 source of trusted information for the Japanese in Japanese. And this was something they never had access to. And so this created a diplomatic shift within the average Japanese person. So it's a responsibility as well.
Can I ask a follow-up on that, Ali? Since you mentioned the role of media in socio-cultural re-engineering / reinforcement, how do you do with misinformation and disinformation?
Look, so information first, because like I said, we are now, it's all because of this. I have to say that the general global shift has happened because of this. People are able to share information at a much faster rate than we are able to verify. And verification first has to start by a human, because it's very easy for us to identify things that we, as professional journalists, know to be real or not. For example, a video comes in saying, oh my God, a bombing in Ukraine. So you open the video and you look at it, and first thing you notice, it's a desert. and the license plates on the cars don't match. And so before you even need to start going and using, you know, AI or anything like that, you can automatically work on disinformation and put that aside. Then if there is something that looks credible, then you can move on to another step where you find that, okay, I'll input it into an AI tool that has it. And every company is working on having a tool that can help identify something that is real or something that is doctored or whatever. And every single tech company wants to come to every single newsroom and give them training on their programs because they see it as the future of the newsroom. And to a certain degree, yes, there is a trend now to automate through AI the newsroom, which I think is not a very good idea in the short term because there needs to be one, proper training, two, proper inputs, because media and news, we are a trusted, influential source. Media has brought up and brought down governments. They can make or break a diplomatic relationship from something that's been true or not. And so there is a responsibility in ensuring that the tech itself, again, like I said earlier, makes sure that everything that is disseminating is right. And so if everything is automated by AI without humans, there is no place for check or control. And based on the nuance of the AI itself, it can take it to a whole different direction. Sorry, I see you want to.
Yes, I wanted to come to Professor Jalassi, but I think you got the vibe already because it's coming to you organically, naturally, because Professor Jalassi, you have led at UNESCO a major project regarding misinformation, disinformation, and how to fight it. And if I'm not mistaken, a big part of it was before even AI was such an accessible tool. So it would be great to also, if you could shed some light as well on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Saman. I think Mr. Ali mentioned the two key words. One is facts, the other one is trust. And let me here quote Maria Ressa, the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize winner, who is a journalist from the Philippines, who said, "Without facts, there is no truth. Without truth, there is no trust. And without trust, there is no shared reality upon which we can act." It's a matter of facts and trust. So you mentioned again that fact-checking, unfortunately, is being eliminated at some major social media companies. Twitter X is one, Facebook is the other one. They said everything goes. Misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and any other harmful online content. And the impact of it. Today, 72% of women journalists are subject to online harassment, and 42% of them end up being physically attacked. So things start online with online harassment, then move to the physical world with physical attacks. Let me repeat that. 72% of women journalists are today worldwide harassed online, and 42% of them end up being physically attacked. These are the people, this is the profession, journalism, that is supposed to bring us the facts, and nothing but the facts, and to inform the world about what's happening. This is maybe today the most dangerous profession in the world, being a journalist. If you look at how many thousands of journalists were killed during the exercise of their profession the last 10 years, we talk about several hundred of them. Last year alone, more than 300 of them got killed during their duty, not at home or while whatever, during the exercise of their duty. So the question is, what can we do about it? Social media is around, we cannot stop it. It's part of our daily lives. The younger generation spend several hours per day connected, but they're exposed to all of this, the disinformation, the hate speech. pornography, pedophilia, whatever it is. So back to UNESCO, and this is an initiative that I started 5 years ago, before, as you said, ChatGPT and the like. And I told my boss, or Madame Audrey Azoulay, at the time, Director General of UNESCO, I said, we have to do something about it, we, UNESCO. And of course, the question is, do we have a mandate to do something globally about combating disinformation? Our mandate goes back 80 years in time, 1945, when UNESCO was created, with the mission to build peace in the minds of men and women. Build peace in the minds of men and women. How? Through education, culture, science, information, and communication. Everything happens here. So we need to really, the K-12, the young kid going to school, we need to teach them about intercultural dialogue, about solidarity, about peace. Because that's the type of mindset we want to create. And clearly, misinformation, disinformation does not contribute to peace building. It's the opposite. As you said, it fosters hatred, violence, civil war between some communities. I saw it in some parts of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. And the worrying thing I saw also, let me not mention what country in Africa, digital startups having as a business, selling disinformation as a service. Disinformation as a service. That's what they produce and that's what they sell. So when you said in your newspaper you use AI to detect disinformation, others use AI to produce disinformation and help disseminate it much faster. So the initiative which we started consisted of bringing all parties to the table. So it was through an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. It was not an intergovernmental process, which is dominant at the UN. I pushed very hard. It wasn't easy to bring the tech companies, civil society, academia, research institutions, the media, and the regulators to say, let's together come up with a set of guidelines and principles to combat disinformation while safeguarding freedom of expression and access to information. So the work of governance of digital platforms does not mean censorship. And we did 3 global open consultations. We received 10,000 inputs from 134 countries. These 10,000 inputs came from the different stakeholders I mentioned. And we organized a global conference attended by more than 4,500 people. It's called For an Internet of Trust. All this effort led 1.5 years ago to the publication of the UNESCO guidelines for the governance of digital platforms. Today, we set up a global network having more than 180 regulators because they need to contextualize these global guidelines into regional and national realities in order to better regulate and govern digital platforms as to combat disinformation. So this is what the initiative is about. Those in the audience who want to know the details of these guidelines and principles, please connect to unesco.org. You will find it available in 22 languages.
A follow-up, may I? Or yes? Professor Jelassi, since you're also sitting in between, and also you mentioned the importance of this topic and the great work that you have started, and I hope that it continues as we need it more and more. How do you connect this to the role of boards and board governance?
Well, I think Dr. Anino was quite eloquent when she said, when you talk about board and you talk about governance, private sector and companies are subject to mis and disinformation as well. I mean, there is a data about, we talk about billions of dollars lost annually by the private sector because of disinformation about your products, about your services, about your reputation. Sometimes some of what is being said about you is simply fake, is untrue, is false. But look at the business impact of that, or the impact of that disinformation on the bottom line of the company. I believe, I used to be chair of the board of directors of a large telecom operator. I believe a board governance and the board needs to look into this issue. What is our corporate strategy to combat mis and disinformation that could, of course, hinder our company and could harm our business and our reputation? So that's where I see a link between a board and the issue of mis-disinformation.
I think Miki had a question for Anino, but yeah.
So I'll actually comment a bit, and then I'll
Don't forget the
question
microphone.
Yeah. So it's interesting what you're saying, because I do
Thank you.
believe that. No, but honestly, because so at 3M, when I was working there, as global head of engagement, we used to actually have something called the State of Science Index, where we actually posed a question to public opinion, what they were thinking about science. And there was a real story about the mistrust around science, because they couldn't trust the scientific journalists to cover the news the way they used to in the past. And so what came out of it is we created an award for responsible journalism. And I think that was a good way for an organization to kind of try to fix an issue at their own level to help an industry kind of go back to what it was supposed to be, which actually leads me naturally to the Trust Barometer, right, which is launched at WEF, as you may know. Today, I was reading at the beginning of the year, when the Trust Barometer is launched, that a lot of the trust has now shifted to government, but more than government, to corporation. And they actually expect corporations to drive that responsible conversation, right? So, which comes to your question, what is the role of board of directors and board of governance to actually lead that conversation in tech diplomacy? But also, perhaps the second part of the question is, do we have the directors who are the directors, fluent enough digitally to be able to conduct those discussions in boards? Because I think those are things that are interrelated when you talk about board governance.
Well, the first thing is we're talking about the role of boards, right, in terms of governance, right, in terms of adopting technology and the connection between tech diplomacy and boards. And the second one is when we look at the competencies of the board and board members, that do they have also that competence? Are they AI fluent? And I know Professor Jelassi started off, talking about the role of boards in terms of misinformation and disinformation, and that's a sort of great entry into that. And I'd like to build on that. Now, many of us, most if not all, either you're CEOs and you have a board, you sit on a board, right? You have some responsibility in some way. But that tech diplomacy and board governance overlap at the intersection of accountability. The role of boards, right? Very often we think about strategy implementation, making sure that you're overseeing what the management is doing and achieving goals and all of that. Those are absolutely important. Policy is a critical thing today. In those days, policy was almost internal policies. But in today's world, we're looking at tech and AI policy. The board has responsibility. So responsibility and accountability are key. So the board cannot say, well, we didn't know what the CEO and management team did and they implemented A, B, and C. No, you have to ask the questions. You have to make sure that this is a board discussion. That's the first thing. And then when it comes to do the boards have the competencies? One of the things that we're seeing, and we look at what has happened, in the last panel we were talking about leadership. First of all, in the last maybe 10 years, the tenure of CEOs has approximately reduced, right, from about getting to 2 figures, maybe 7, 8, 9, down to about 4. The turnover of the biggest countries of CEOs is very high. Is different for board members. In fact, when you sit on a board of a big organization, tendency that you should be looking at a mandate of two mandates usually. So it's either 4x4 or 3x3. So you have a longer term view very often than the CEO, and therefore you have that responsibility. And with that accountability and responsibility, right, means that what kinds of board members do you need? And that AI fluency is no longer, we're not looking at it just the technical expertise, right, of somebody or on digital, on tech. Yes, it's great to have that, but all board members have the responsibility to be fluent enough and to understand the implications, to ask the right questions, to ensure that the way that their company is adopting and implementing AI deals with issues such as risk, accountability, things like interoperability, talking about diplomacy, what's happening between countries, the policies, the acts, etc. It is complex, but leadership in today's time is absolutely complex.
Thank you very much, Annie.
Are they ready, though?
Sorry?
Are we ready?
Are we ready? Well, I think it is changing. A year ago, or maybe even in probably about January, I'd say we're nowhere near ready, but we are moving very fast. So that's a positive thing, right? It is happening very fast. It needs to accelerate. I remember about a year ago, I was speaking to board directors about the implementation of AI within their organization, which was being used, right? And I had a CEO who literally told me, I have no interest. But we knew that it was happening. Obviously, everyone was using it. Whether you have a policy or not is irrelevant. It's being used, and that subjects you to the risks you're not even aware of. But we have seen that change enormously in the last 1 year, and certainly in the last few months. So we're not quite ready yet, but we're moving very, very quickly in the right direction.
Thank you. Maybe in between we check if we have any questions. Yes, we have one.
Well, hi, thank you. I really would appreciate if the panel would take a deep dive on gender, because we're just flying around the gender issue. When we look at the amount of women in tech careers, when we look at, it's not the issue of gender parity at schools, it's what happens after schools. And how many are there in boards, in executive boards, in non-executive boards? Less than 10% of women are CTOs. And an additional element is that there's also an age gap. Women leave jobs to go and be caregivers when they have children, whatever. With the technology advancing very rapidly, if they're out of the job for 5 years, they're already completely misplaced, with more difficulty in returning to the job, to their job. So I really would appreciate, it's nice to talk about gender, but I think that the issue of technology, exponential growth of technology and gender is probably causing more of a gap than actually just what we consider technology gaps.
Can I respond to that just briefly? And then my panelists, thank you. And this is certainly work which we do. Just today, yesterday or today, the World Economic Forum released data and a study in terms of women in leadership and the gender gap in leadership. And of course, tech is one of those. I haven't even had time to read a lot of that. Now, the one reason why for us, we adopted technology as a critical area, and emerging technologies actually, was because the issues we see in the gender gap, right, in leadership into today, is by and large based on 200 years of industrial revolution and how the workplace, evolved. But in looking and trying to solve that issue, looking back, we are missing, right, what is happening and the effects of technology on the workplace will be much more drastic, right, than we've seen in the past. Now, gender is critically important. Anybody who follows my work knows that, I deal with women in leadership. But I think the way we need to look at it is in terms of talent. As talent is universal, when we see the lack of women, what we should be translating to our minds in leadership is that the talent in leadership is not necessarily representative of the best talent that is available. And if there's anything that we need in today's world, it is the best talent. So that is the reason why that should be of concern to everybody. Yes, the figures are there. I think it's about 15% of women in terms of leadership, and not at CEO level, just at any level in terms of tech. But let us look at tech diplomacy, Dr. Jelassi. When we talk about the top tech leaders at those meetings, how many of them are women? When we look at the most important tech companies that are building tech that will change our lives and transform society, as you said the other day, where are the women? It is not an issue of justice or simply of justice. We're talking about how are we creating the world and inclusive outcomes for everybody when we see the issues that are there today. So the issue for me is a talent, decision-making, risks, and do we have the best talent in the room? And I would have to say that when we're missing a huge sector, then we need to question that. And so this is an issue which we need to solve in some form or fashion.
If I maybe add a note of hope, among the 20 tech ambassadors appointed to that position today worldwide, close to half of them are women. France, Estonia, Denmark, Australia, and so on and so forth. Not small countries by any means. So you are absolutely right when you mentioned 10%. If you look at women in AI, less than 20%. And we know that the role of women is so crucial. First of all, they make half of the world population. Number two, they give birth and raise the other half. So they shape society. And in the previous panel, one of the speakers said, I think talking about his company board, he said different perspectives, different questions raised by women sitting on the board or in the governance that maybe men would not have raised those same issues. So you're right, but about capacity building, capacity development, make room for women in these leadership spaces. And I think the movement of women in tech, that has today more than 3,000 members, but it's a recent movement, that's another ray of hope, that not only we are aware that women should be much more present in technology and in AI, but there are few initiatives being launched to foster the role of women and give them greater place and therefore stronger contribution to these matters. So you are spot on.
From my side, I have to say, it all starts, from the top to the bottom, and it has to start. I mean, I like to lead by example, not because I wanted to, but just because it is. 80% of my newsroom is women. And 2 of my senior editors, which are the senior web editors, are both women. And they were the right person for the job. There was no regard for whether they were women. And we're talking in an Arab society, which is, it is now very progressive, and it's moving in that direction. And so it is very much looked up on. And the CEO of our company is a woman. So, it has to start, and you have to start it.
Any other questions?
Just wanted to address kind of the elephant in the room question. The first techplomat, which I think what he was called, was sent by Denmark to San Francisco to negotiate with the big boys, the tech bros. And that is, at the end of the day, I think where tech diplomacy is really at the basis, is that these companies are now more powerful than countries. And so I think tech diplomacy, if we don't mention that, we kind of think that this is negotiations between countries and multilateral agreements. It's like, no, it's how do we rein in Microsoft, Google, X, now SpaceX, et cetera, et cetera. And so the question here too for me is on the board governance side. It doesn't seem like boards are either tech savvy enough or asking the questions about decisions on technology and that application. And so, you know, if you choose Grok, I think there's a political statement already implicit there. But even beyond that, I think the only time I saw boards kind of raising an eyebrow on choice of technology was when Zoom was considered to go through Chinese servers. And so they had, you know, Zoom changed that so that the decision wouldn't be for Teams because of a Chinese server problem. But it seems like the board governance thing today, maybe boards don't realize how all of these tech companies are coming after their lunch. And, you know, Ali's work, Google Translate is coming for that service. And it's coming very quickly because now Gemini is everywhere, the translation, immediate translation that they released again just last week, real-time translation. And it doesn't feel like boards are understanding the tech diplomacy has to be aimed at these big tech players and not at countries, not at regions. I don't know if anybody wants to address this actual link of boards, tech ability, and actually asking the right questions. I feel like technology has been deployed naively without the boards asking the tough questions of the CEOs.
You know, I would just like, this is a great one, and I would like to give an example. And we don't know the answers here. And maybe if the people who are working in AI, no, not working AI, the big AI companies. Now, we've seen over weeks and months how companies are letting go of staff and replacing with AI. Although there's a bit of talk yes, that it's an excuse, that the overhired and, you know, it's just an excuse. However, what we're seeing now, and we're talking days ago, is the realization that they are spending huge amounts on AI, and the benefits are questionable. So you have costs. So there's an example I mentioned earlier where, you know, you have organizations that were ranking their members of staff, but how much they were using in terms of AI, right? So you had to, and then now is reversal. One thing that actually concerns me and hasn't been spoken about a lot is when we look at the cost, right, whatever we consider the cost of AI to the companies that are deploying AI or that, you know, we're buying the service from. Now, usually with technology, what happens is that costs over time, right, the costs fall. We are not sure what is happening when it comes to AI. And there is a real risk that you have deployed and you are deployed and creating this AI dependency, right, based on a certain cost, which looks like today that is 1/10 of the real cost. So the question is, are those costs going to drop, or are you going to find yourself, right, with 10 times the cost, because it's not a one-off cost. You're paying monthly or whatever it is. So these are some of the issues, and these are the reasons why that engagement. And just a last thing, in terms of scale, if you look at the average American, right, and his or her income, he is closer in wealth to Jeff Bezos than Jeff Bezos is to Elon Musk. That tells you the scale, right? The scale, right, of the power and influence tech has and tech owners have on not just a country, in our world today.
So do we have...
Can I just follow up on the just footnote to answer Alon's question? You are absolutely right to say part of tech diplomacy is also dealing with the tech companies. And you gave us the fact that in 2018, the very first tech ambassador of the world was the one of Denmark, based in San Francisco. But today, back to Copenhagen. And the Brazilian tech ambassador used to be in San Francisco, now back to Brasilia. So yes, there has been an evolution, and they were back to their capitals and part of the ministries of foreign affairs. But you're right, part of the agenda is not, the agenda includes as well, in addition to bilateral, multilateral discussions, negotiations, engaging with the tech companies on matters of sourcing, technology, for the respective countries. So it's a good point. But as far as the board is concerned, one final word here. Yes, most boards I'm aware of are still rather conservative. They don't have the tech competency from a strategic point of view sitting in a permanent manner on that board. They would invite a tech expert or the CIO or the CTO to some board sessions when technology is discussed, but this is more technology from a procurement point of view, from cyber security point of view, not from the type of tech diplomacy topics that you have been discussing. And boards have to evolve, in my view, as well.
And actually, on this point, the skill gap, that came to my last question, but you answered it. I think, what do you think, we all ReTech fellows here, right? So my question to you is, what would be the one unique characteristic of this, the specialization track that we actually created at ReTech to co-create together ReTech under this topic, to co-create a solution together
on tech diplomacy?
Exactly.
No, I think, you know, when I look at my 30 years in academia, and a few days ago I was speaking at an international conference, typically research pays special attention to rigor and relevance. We have to add impact. Impact is so important. So tech diplomacy, if you bring it to a school like POM Business School and to the ReTech Center, we need to do research, case studies, maybe identifying benchmarks, the lessons to learn from that, recommendations for action in a rigorous, academic, relevant way. But also I think we need to add the impact as the third dimension in that effort.
And you know, you're leading the board governance specialization track with Professor Tawfiq, with Ayumi, with Anino, with Miki and Ali and everyone, the experts. So what do you see, like, if you want to give a telegraphic sort of impact of tech, of board governance specialization track on the work that we want to advance?
You know, for those of you who were here on Monday, Professor Rosen said something which I thought was really very important when we're talking about research, where he said that the research here is in the headlights, right? That is to say that the position of the work that we're doing is so important in guiding what is happening in terms of leadership boards in the future. So certainly in terms of what it is we're doing, which is certainly multi-sectoral, we have, for example, in our guest speaker series, we have people certainly from AI, from tech, from big tech, from startups who've raised Silicon Valley funds. We have people in sustainability. We have sustainability luxury. Now, the thing I think that is critical in all of this is that rather than looking at them as separate, we are at a time where disciplines are now merging together. You might have heard the co-founder of Anthropic, which is Daniela Amode, who studied the social sciences, right, saying, you know, and somebody interviewed her and asked her that if you had known that you were going to be a co-founder of a tech company, would you have studied differently? And she paused and said very diplomatically that actually the people that they are hiring today are people who have those qualities and skills, because the tech can do the tech, more or less. So we have vibe coding, etc. And these changes are so profound, and we are at a moment in time, I do not believe we'll see these changes, right, in X number of decades, again, this rate of change. And so the work that we're doing today, multi-sectoral, bringing in leaders from different sectors, I really encourage everybody to engage with it, even if you feel that this is not your sector. Because these are leaders that lead irrespective of their sectors. And the way the world is going, we need to have that broadness of view. Whatever your research areas, we need to make sure that we are engaged, we collaborate, we cooperate. Competition is changing. It's no longer just simply competition. What was his name again? Michael, I can't remember his name that we all studied in those days, right? It is now collaboration and cooperation. Competition, thank you, Professor, is so important in today's world.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Anino, Professor Tawfiq Jalassi. Thank you very much, Ali and Miki and everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this fantastic panel and the conversation that was supported briefly by the participants. But then if you are interested in the topic, please join us for many more. Professor Simone Cipriani, you're called on the stage, please. Thank you very much. So for the next panel, we are getting prepared to start the conversation about Fashion 5.0. That would be where technology is going to enhance human creativity, responsible innovation, production, and design. And Professor Cipriani.
Paula Deda has left because she's playing. We are late.
Thank you very much. So we are a bit late for the timeline, but please have a seat.
And I just sit here. Please, here.
So we have participants online. Unfortunately, Paula had to
Paula Deda
yes, okay.
Paula Deda from the UN had to leave because we are late and she needs to hop on a flight to Istanbul. And also our guest here, Lupo, needs to leave by 6:30 because he's got a flight. And Dario online is also hoping to be on the way to the airport at 6:30. Jean, thank you for waiting. Furio, thank you for waiting. May I present the panelists and then we start?
Please.
We have with us, I start online, we have Jean de Croon, who is the founder of Zazie Vintage, a brand that is capable of working with thousands of artisans, of female artisans who live in very marginalized conditions in difficult places, in the Himalayas, in Morocco, in many different countries. And she's probably the person who's taken over the torch of the ethical fashion movement. I founded many years ago, along with a few other people. We have Furio Francini, who is the CEO of Accademia Costume e Moda, a boutique institution that does education for the fashion industry, but also for costume, for theater, and cinema. We have my friend Dario Casalini, a unique character because Dario used to be full professor of public law, both in Milano and here in Paris, in Torino, and here in Paris. Then he went back to the industry and became the CEO of an important company, Maglificio Po and Doscalito, but he's also the founder of Slow Fiber, the most interesting sustainability initiative in the supply chain of the industry of fashion. And here in person we have Zoe Ziji Liu, the senior editor of WWD China, a regular visitor in all my classes and a speaker, a well-sought-after speaker who speaks about sustainability and cultural sustainability. And we have my dear old friend Lupo Lanzara, who is the chairperson of Accademia Costume e Moda. I met Lupo the first time 22 years ago. We were much younger those days, when I started the Ethical Fashion Initiative, organizing fashion shows in Rome. And we have Professor Sarbaz Vatan, who's known by everybody. Shall we start with the question, Professor?
Thank you very much. Professor Cipriani, you didn't introduce yourself. So Simone mostly doesn't need introduction because most of our community and also the broader community knows him as the expert when it comes to sustainable fashion, to ethical fashion, to responsibility in the fashion industry, supply chain, human rights, reporting, and many, many more topics. He is a professor here at the school, a senior fellow at ReTech Center, and I have the pleasure of working with him. And I am very lucky to be able to call him a friend. So thank you very much, Simone.
Indeed,
so
you are.
I follow you're the boss. I follow your lead because unfortunately
We just
Paula
Paula Deda has left, so I would like you to start with the first question to Zoe, and then we go according to the order, and we try to stay within 6:30 to allow Lupo and Dario to get to where they need to go. So we are asking the speakers to stay within 2 minutes, and I'll be a very severe timekeeper. So Saman, the first question for Zoe, over to you.
Yes, Zoe. So since, Zoe, you're in between Paris, Milan, and China, and around the world, you're traveling, working professionally, and also exploring, doing some research as well as a part of your work. So how do you see the cultural values of Chinese traditions that are very much in line with the responsible transition of the fashion industry that we are talking about here?
Okay, so thank you for having me today here. And just to give a background of this question. So I'm the senior fashion editor of WWD China. So we are a magazine focused on fashion, beauty, and business. So most of my time, I'm conducting interviews with CEOs and also creative directors, such as Raf Simons, to LVMH executives such as Bernard Arnault. So I have stayed 18 years in China before moving to Europe for study and work. So in China, you can imagine that our study was like you start from 7:30 in the morning to 9:30 at night. So it's like 14 hours. I have like a very Chinese childhood and education. And now here in Europe, I found, actually I'm very grateful for my past and right now because I have a perspective of both sides. So speaking of traditional Chinese philosophy that is right now in the fashion world, I found that there's two things that I would like to mention. So the first would be Confucianism. So what Confucius believe, the first is education is the most important because it changes the future. That goes back to our topic today. And also, it's also based on human relationship. And the second that I want to mention is that in Taoism, so Taoism is also a traditional Chinese philosophy that dates back 2,000 years ago. What is very interesting in this is that we believe that the rule of the universe follows the nature, which means what goes from the what is from the nature goes back to the nature. You don't add something more. Everything goes with the flow. So that's the respecting the nature is something very, very important. And I think that's what resonates with sustainable fashion today. Yes.
Perfect timekeeping, thanks a lot. I get to Lupo Lanzara. Lupo, Accademia Costume e Moda embodies 60 years of Italian excellence in costume, theater, and cinema. How can this heritage become a strategic asset for Fashion 5.0, ensuring that technology serves culture rather than replacing it? 2 minutes for you. Over to you. I am the timekeeper.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. It's a very important question. Accademia Costume e Moda was founded in 1964, so it is 60 plus years of family tradition because it was founded by our grandmother, and I say our because Fulvio Francini, our CEO, is my half-brother, so we come from the same mother and same grandmother. We have always been in the field of education with a sense of purpose and responsibility. We have always concentrated the approach to education through a word which we believe is very, very important. It's the act of care. What do I mean by care? We have undergraduate programs and master degree programs, and then we have an executive school. But especially with the undergraduate programs, these students come rather fragile, I would say. Not all of them, but rather fragile emotionally. And we have a responsibility in letting them acknowledge themselves personally rather than professionally and academically first. This is an approach that has proved right throughout the years because our placement ratios are skyrocketing, and we work with all of the major fashion houses and manufacturing industry makers, and it is really something that we believe to be important. Culture is also fundamental because research is at the basis of our programs, and by research I mean subjects as linked to knowledge, so linked to analysis of history of fashion, history of costume, history of theater, history of art. These are all subjects which are horizontal to our academic offer, but the students need to take forward for 3 years rather than the first year of introduction. Together, of course, with competence, network, and everything that we provide them. I don't know if I don't think I answered your question.
You
actually.
answered the question.
I apologize. I'm a bit tired today, but my brother will be much better than I am. So
no, you answered the question, and in a perfect time, Saman, over to you for a question to Dario Casalini.
Thank you very much. Dario, slow fiber has been increasingly introduced as a fantastic ambition in transforming the supply chain of the textile industry. Could you please share with the audience and also tell us more about it and the vision for responsible fashion? Thank you.
2 minutes, Dario.
Yeah. The idea is very simple. As you said, the vision is very ambitious. So we simply place the idea of slow food, what slow food have done in the food industry in the last 40 years, and so the consciousness, the awareness of consumer about what they eat, into a different sector that is the textile supply chain. And we define 5 values on this point for a comprehensive view of what we call sustainability or responsibility in the textile industry. So for us, a product cannot be beautiful without being good, healthy, clean, fair, and long-lasting. These 5 values means good is the supply chain. Now we call it supply chain, and the chain is made of rings. Every ring is fundamental, so we have to keep the rings together. So we want to move from a competitive environment to a more collaborative one among and amid the supply chain. Healthy is the impact on our health, and we need the One Health approach we know. So whatever is fine for us as a human being should be fine also for the nature that hosts us. Clean is the environment, so we need to limit or to reduce the environmental footprint as strong as we can. Fair is the level, so we need to give to people safety and a meaningful job. And long-lasting means that we don't need to follow the direction of overconsumption and overproduction. Together with these 5 values, we want just to move in 3 directions, so 3 missions we have. 1, to let the consumer more responsible and aware of where the overconsumption and overproduction can lead us, and so to reduce waste. Secondly, we want to, let's say, save or strengthen the supply chain that follow these 5 values, and so to try to put them in practice every day. And finally, but not least, we want the young generation to be attracted by the supply chain and the manufacturing in textile, because we see as a problem economic system that move to service or third sector, leaving completely and deindustrializing entire territory. The industry made in a good, healthy, clean, fair, and long-lasting way is an industry that enrich the territory and must be linked to the territory and to the community that are involved in the production.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dario. We go for Jean. Jean, as artificial intelligence and automation increasingly reshape the fashion industry, how do we preserve the human stories, craftsmanship, and emotional connections that ultimately give fashion its own meaning? Very difficult question for you, Jean, and your usual 2 minutes. Over to you.
I think the answer is very simple. I feel like what we need to do is weave a structure with the support of artificial intelligence around the very foundation of fashion, which is a story of mostly women, land, and craft. And in my work with Zazie, we are now working with over 2,500 artisans globally in 7 countries, that we've all been able to connect through AI to a business intelligence that informs us on a daily basis how we can make sure to create a business model based on human capital. 23% of our retail price goes directly back to the artisans, and we're at a growth of 200% per quarter, which is wild. I have to say that I think in this time, it is really important to understand for entrepreneurs that the old systems are no longer working, but the new technology can connect us back to the ancient technology that revive ecosystems of well-being.
You are, what is this? You are incredible, incredibly concise. So there's a question from Professor Sarvasvatan for Furio.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So human centricity is an inspiring vision, but businesses are also require sustainable economics. And since you are the experts, what kinds of business models and financial logics are most compatible with the principles of Fashion 5.0, please?
Simple question. Thank you, Saman.
And 2 minutes.
No, I think we need to start from the head. We need to go back to governance. We need to go back to the boardrooms. We need to go back to the measurement structures, incentive structures of corporations, because the measurements that we all use today are not appropriate for Fashion 5.0. GDP measurements, the way CEOs are being incentivized. I think it was mentioned in the previous session how short-term CEOs are being empowered, and the mandates and the way they're remunerated. So I think this all has to change, because otherwise, how can we expect the bodies of corporates to put at the center the whole stakeholdership and not just the shareholding short-term financial incentives and targets? So we have to start from there. I also want to remind people that liberalism and the current capitalistic structure was actually not thought of a structure that creates harm to other human beings. There needs to be ethics, which means justice and benevolence towards others. This has been forgotten, and we see this all around us, and I think we all experience a deterioration of human relationships within corporates. So this clearly needs to be rethought, and it can only be done not only bottom up, but especially and also top down. Otherwise, the mechanism doesn't hold. Bottom up, it can last for a short while, or top down can last for a short while, but the two have to be together. So this is obviously a big and deep consideration that needs to be addressed, however.
So, you know, after this first round of questions, we have an idea of what is Fashion 5.0. It's human-centric fashion in the sense that it's responsibility for the whole value chain, from the beginning to the end. We spoke about the board, the apex governance bodies, but we spoke a lot about the supply chain. This is where responsibility becomes real and it's visible. It's about human rights. It's about the rights of people in a proper environment. It's about the world of the future. This is Fashion 5.0. And we go on with the second round of quick questions, but we change the order. We go first with Lupo and Dario so that they can go to take their planes, and then we go on with the other speakers. Saman, you have a question for Lupo.
Thank you. Lupo, as in Fashion 5.0, we are talking about fundamentally reshaping the fashion industry and to embed human creativity, which is enhanced by technology responsibly, into the operational and economic modeling of the industry. So this means a lot of fundamental changes in corporate and also in the education sector, in which you both work with both of them. So what do you think they would need to do immediately in order to be able to be in the picture, remain in the picture?
It's a difficult question because, but it's also a very good question, meaning that we've been speaking a lot about AI the entire afternoon, and AI is impacting also the fashion industry very highly, and it's not only impacting it at supplying the supply chain, it's also impacting it in the design studios. So, and I'm not talking about the big, let's say, mass market fashion labels, but I'm talking about high-end luxury fashion houses. Okay, so, and we know this because of what I mentioned before, because most of our alumni are also asking us to update our programs with AI, and it's something that we are not going to do anyways, and that's a hard no. Not because we don't need to teach them how important technology is, but because this generation has technology embedded within them. So we do not have to teach them technology. They know about the technology. We mentioned this during the board today. It is just a means. I think what we have to teach them as educators is, as I said before, to be themselves. So to acknowledge themselves and to, especially when it comes to fashion, which may seem, let's say, at times superficial because we link fashion only to the presentation of the shows of the fashion weeks. It is a very serious industry with very important impact, positive and negative, and it's something that we have to. Especially with the young generations which are coming up, we have to have them be responsible for the change that they will need to make. And how do we do this? Through what I said before, knowledge, network, and competence.
So that's another great point. Dario, I come to you so that you are free to get to the airport or wherever you have to go in your hectic life. We spoke about Industry 5.0. What kind of leadership for this? You are a leader in the so-called regenerative economy. What kind of leadership is needed for that? How to reconcile purpose and business? Over to you, the same 2 minutes. We want to be enlightened.
I think that Jean already pointed out very clearly the main aspects. So for me, a business model must be really rooted in the human and natural capitals. So without overexploiting it, so respecting its regeneration rate, and without giving to the system, both human and natural, more waste than it can absorb without damage. These are the two main aspects of ecology, and we should put them into our business model every time. Today, what is very, for me, striking and also sad is that we have a lot of business and economic initiative that create negative outcomes or externalities that far exceed the positive aspect and the positive impact on the territory in terms of, again, environment and human group, so collectivity. So the idea is let's go back to systems where these things are taken into account and we don't do any strategy, any decision that can hinder both. So we need to grow and improve both the natural and human capital, giving meaningful job, giving time for the nature to recover, and so on, in every aspect of the business. So really, in one word, I would say, let's root our business model in the human and natural capital, and that's all. And as Furio pointed out very clearly, we need also to modify the fundamental measurement that we have both in micro and microeconomics, so from the GDP to the balance sheet of a company like ours. So I strongly believe this, and this is possible because also the new generation are asking this from ourselves. So I think this is our heritage and our vision for the future.
It's incredible because even in this morning in the board of Fashion 5.0, we spoke about multi-capital accounting, we spoke about social profit and loss account, environmental profit and loss account. What kind of value do we create? That's the real question behind any sustainable business model. And I think that Professor Sarbat-Svatan has a question for Jean de Crone now.
Thank you very much, Simone. Thank you, Dario. So Jean, you're increasingly involved in building ecosystems that support young entrepreneurs and innovators. What role can experienced founders, creative leaders, and influencers play in mentoring a new generation of startups that seek not only financial success, but also social and environmental impact?
I think for me, the most important thing, and I loved that Lupo said this earlier, was the permission for young leaders and visionaries to fully be themselves and to feel held and supported by a generation of leaders who've already walked a path. And I think actually coming back to Simone Cipriani, it was also one of the first moments that someone looked me in the eyes when I was a young 25-year-old attending a UN conference, that he said, "You can do it." And it's been a long journey now of 10 years where I had multiple people that were older in the business reflecting to me that there is a way possible, opening up doors, opportunities, and support, even just to be witnessed for a lot of young leaders is incredibly important. We teach a global network of women that are leading with craft businesses to connect to the rural artisanal supply chains and really support those women to create the structures, but also mostly believes in themselves that they can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. This is very clear. Guys, those leaders, these leaders here, you will see them more in the activities of the Fashion 5.0 chapter of ReTech, and you will see them in a program that we are going to launch, in two ambitious programs that we are going to launch in between the ReTech and Accademia Costume e Moda. And I will ask Professor Sarbat-Svatan to tell us more about this program now, before we ask the last two questions to Zoe and Furio. Saman, what are these incredible programs?
Yes,
Everybody hears about them.
Right,
tell us more.
Tell it all. I say it all. All right. So we have...
You also have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. All right. So we have the pleasure and honor to partner with Accademia Costume e Moda, which has a very close sort of DNA to our school, because as you know, our business school was also founded by a lady back in time in order to change the dynamic of the business world. So we are very proud to have this partnership with Accademia Costume e Moda, in which they bring the expertise and the know-how of the fashion industry, of luxury innovation, production, and design, and where we bring the operational, business, economical, strategic sort of competitiveness approach to help the entrepreneurs and the younger graduates who would now be executive level to join the executive MBA as a specialized executive MBA and also a specialized executive DBA for the for the second generation of young people who would continue the education, contribute to the body of knowledge on the doctoral level, but also contribute to operational side of things in the field, in the ground. People like Jean who would do great stuff. Join us, join ReTech Center of École des Ponts Business School and Accademia Costume e Moda for these joint degree programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very good news. And I also have a question for Zoe. Zoe, you came to my classes here in Milano, at Sciences Po, in many places, and every time the students were mesmerized because you spoke about harmony. You spoke about education for harmony. You spoke about harmony to balance economic, social, and environmental value. Tell us something about that. Is that possible for leaders? Is harmony a value also applicable to this industry and to the future of this industry? 2 minutes for you for these very difficult questions.
That's a very important question, thank you. And my answer is absolutely yes, it's very important. Because in our time, actually it's a very geopolitical uncertainty and also with a lot of social changes. In this moment, the sense of harmony, the empathy and responsibilities is no longer just a soft skill, but a leadership skill, a must leadership skill. So no matter you are a designer or you're an entrepreneur that leads a company, like no matter you design clothes for people to wear or you build an ecosystem between clients to shareholders to your employees and even to the society, fashion serves people. It's human-centric. So what I wanted to say is that the idea of harmony, the responsibility, empathy is not only important for the industry, but for the whole society. Yeah, and so of course, technology excellence is important. It helps to build possibilities and also to have a successful career. But this idea, the right value, helps to get a meaningful future.
Great answer, great answer. The final question is for Furio, and I ask it, if you allow me, Saman, please. Because Furio has an incredible name. It's a name of a Roman general, of an ancient Roman general. So we want to know more, Furio. Many consumers are overwhelmed by the complexity of the narrative around sustainability and technology. How can the industry communicate the vision of 5.0 of responsible fashion in a way that resonates emotionally and makes consumer active participants, activists instead of passive buyers? Another very difficult question for you, and the usual 2 minutes.
Thank you, Simone. Difficult question, but I think we need to a little bit change the paradigm in the sense that luxury has always been very aspirational, and it has been so aspirational to the point where maybe the industry has abused this luxury, if you wish, to the point that prices have become so high that this has been combined with also a deterioration of the quality. And the dream has been a little bit lost, or rather the pact between the consumer and the brand has been a little bit lost, also because brands have been seeking global presence. And so maybe just too many products at too high price. I think we should go back to the basics and reconsider products that are sustainable from an eco-design perspective, products that are thought and designed at the beginning for disassembly, for upcycling, for reconsideration. And also there's one aspect that often has been forgotten. If we think that we all wear some sort of clothing for 24 hours in a day, even when we sleep, we wear something. Even when we go to the beach, we wear something. So there's always some form of clothing on our skin 24 hours a day. Maybe we should put at the center of design and of the industry the concept of functionality. and the fact that it is at the contact with our skin. Maybe these could be two elements that help consumers ask the suppliers of fashion for these two concepts to be present in their products. And maybe these are two elements that will make the whole value chain more sustainable. But obviously the question is very difficult to answer because we need also a cultural shift in the consumer, which at the moment is not always present.
It's not always like that. So we had a conversation in which we passed from institutions and culture to business and human stories. We spoke about leadership. We spoke about governance. We spoke about education. We touched on biodiversity and participation, and we did it with Jean de Crone, Furio Francini, Dario Casalini, Zoe Zigliu, and Lupo Lanzara, and in the company of a poor old man, Simone Cipriani, and of the fantastic professor, Samantha Sarbatsvatan. And we close it here. Come to our program, follow us on the internet. We are together, as we used to say in Persian, one of the most beautiful languages in the world, Baham Astim. In Swahili, we would say, Tuko pamoja. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Furio, Dario. Thank you, and Jean. Thank you very much. You are missed in person here, and thank you for joining, Dario. I know also you have a flight to catch. Special thanks to Lupo, who flew all the way, despite the very busy schedule, to be here with us in person.
You woke up at 3.
Yes, really, it's very valuable. So thank you very much for the great conversations. We look forward to this continuation of this program that we just announced. We are very honored for this partnership with ACM, with Accademia Costume Moda, and with Simone. We visited the campus there, and they welcomed us very warmly. They showed us around, and we found very, very interesting points of commonality in terms of our values. And that's where we took this partnership further, and now we are announcing officially the start of both SEMBA and SEDBA programs in Fashion 5.0. Thank you very much, Professor Cipriani. Thanks to all. Champagne. Thank you those who joined us online. Have a great evening. Thank you. Everyone is invited to the party on the rooftop. After maybe an hour that we have a quick drink here, we go to the rooftop party. You're all invited. And no, not here, no. It's 5 minutes from here, not this rooftop. No.